Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you to the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce headquarters, where we're hosting the 4th edition of the African Edutech Conference. I'd first of all like to apologize for starting behind schedule. We're actually waiting for most of our attendees. I would also like to appreciate the patience of those who are already dialed in online. This is a hybrid program. I understand we have close to 60 participants already online. So thank you for your patience, and we would get started immediately. Once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I welcome you to the 4th edition of the African Edutech Conference, being hosted by the Nigeria-British Chamber of Commerce in partnership with EduFirst Nigeria Limited. For many years, African countries have been battling to measure up to advanced countries due to concomitant challenges tied to improperly managed education sector, social security issues, jaundice government policies, among others. As African nations wade through the demands of the 21st century, without education built on technology and collective responsibility to make it work, the future of an African child may be a mirage, particularly in the post-COVID era. It is against the background that I have just presented that the main objective of the 2022 African Edutech Conference, themed Africa's Edutech Model, Reshaping You for the Future, is pitched in order to awaken the quest for transformative education that stands on the tripod of digitalization, education, financing, and the future of work. Supported by a viral policy environment, you would say. This is the only way to guarantee a future-oriented African society that all the stakeholders of the continent will be proud of. Once again, I welcome you to the African Edutech Conference, the 4th edition, 2022. I would implore us to please rise up right now for the national anthems of Nigeria and the Great Britain. Thank you. You may be seated, please. Please allow me to share a couple of guidelines with you. The restroom is at the right as soon as you step out of the door in case you need to use the restroom. And then there will be a question and answer session that will follow every panel discussion session. So please kindly raise up your hands and the microphone will be brought to you. And for those who are online, would implore you to also raise your electronic hands. And we would hopefully allow you to ask questions as well. Once again, you're welcome. Please relax, enjoy the conference as I welcome the President and Chairman of Council of the Nigeria-British Chamber of Commerce, Mrs. Bisi Adeyemi, to give the welcome address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adeyemi. Deputy President, members of ESCO and Council present and online, distinguished speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by saying how delighted I am to formally welcome you to the 4th edition of the African Edu-Tech Conference, themed Africa's Edu-Tech Model, Reshaping You for the Future, put together by the Learning and Education Trade Group of the NBCC in collaboration with our partners, Education First Limited. I especially commend the combined team for the time and effort that has gone into putting together this timely and extremely relevant event. According to UNESCO, 91.3% of the world's learning population was impacted by global shutdowns brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. This means that about 1.5 billion students were not in school, a situation largely impacted developing nations, a lot of which are in Africa. This unexpected global event caused a huge shift in the way Africans access learning tools, as the majority of schools had to adopt to the learning from home education model, which makes the topic, Africa's Edu-Tech Model, Reshaping You for the Future, a timely discourse. The conference seeks to reawaken the quest for transformational education that stands on the tripod of digitalization, education financing, and the future of work, supported by a responsive policy environment. This is the only way to guarantee a future-focused African society that we all will be proud of. It is in this regard that we have invited stakeholders in the education sector to share with us their wealth of experience, of knowledge towards accelerating innovation in Africa's education sector. I'm delighted to welcome all our speakers and moderators to this event, and I'm confident that this eminently qualified assembly of subject matter experts will provide diverse and illuminating perspectives which would open our minds to the tremendous opportunities for growth and development in the education sector, as they discuss topical issues such as the African education policy, school adoption, financing edutech tools, and improving the capacity of the workforce through internships. I'm also happy to note that we are hearing directly from the students, some of which have joined us here in person, and a lot of them are actually online, as they showcase their technology prototypes. I'm profoundly grateful to our sponsors, UNICAF, Stanbic IBTC, and UNICEF. Please help me join in giving them a round of applause. We thank you very much. Also grateful for endorsements from the Nigerian Communications Commission, duly represented here, National Information Technology Development Agency. Thank you all for your support and commitment to the upliftment of educational standards in Africa, in Nigeria, and Africa as a whole. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention, and I wish all of us a productive conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I request that we give our President a bigger round of applause. Thank you for the support that we get always. We are going ahead. Like the President mentioned, we have sponsors, supporters, people that are actually been motivating this conference. And I'd like to invite one representative of one of our sponsors. But before I do so, I would like to briefly introduce her, give you a little brief about her. We are delighted to have international organization come to support us. And that's talking about UNICEF. that also has some other arms. So shortly, we will be having Céline Lafaucrier. I hope my French is good. Thank you. She is the chief of the Lagos Field Office of UNICEF Nigeria, where she leads the Generation Unlimited Nigeria, GenU Niger, Secretariat and UNICEF programming in Southwest Nigeria. In this role, she provides strategic leadership to several teams to deliver results for the survival and thriving of Nigerian children and young people in alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals and Nigerian national priorities. Céline has more than 22 years' experience working for the European Union, national governments, and the United Nations, UNESCO, ILO, and UNICEF, where she's led several high-performing teams across Europe, Africa, Asia, and the United States of America on policy dialogue and advocacy, design of national education and skill development, employment and entrepreneurship policies and strategies, research and analysis, partnership building, and fundraising. Prior to joining UNICEF Nigeria, Céline worked in Burundi as UNICEF Chief of Education, successfully leading the Education Country Program with special focus on the nexus between access to quality education and upstream policy dialogue and education in emergency, supporting most vulnerable populations such as returnees, internally displaced people, and generally out-of-school children. She spearheaded the Education Watch initiative to ensure intersectorial, holistic approaches between child protection, access to water, hygiene, and sanitation and education actors for integrated solutions. She subsequently worked with Generation Unlimited at the UNICEF headquarters in New York, building partnerships with public and private organizations to ensure strategic development of a continuum between adolescents' needs and young people's needs for skill and livelihood opportunities for a successful transition from learning to earning. She was responsible for supporting country offices deploy Generation Unlimited in West and Central Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean with partners such as the World Bank, ILO, UNIDO, Microsoft, PwC, DSM, etc., supporting country investment agendas, governance mechanisms, creations, and the adoption of innovations. Céline is passionate about education, skill development, partnership, and employment, and has published several academic articles, research conference papers on subjects. She holds a bachelor's degree in politics, economics, and Spanish from Kingston University, UK, a master's in science in European politics, first class merit from University of London, Birkbeck College, UK, and an equivalence PhD in European policies from the National University of Ireland, Galway, Ireland. Please welcome a key sponsor and supporter of our conference this year, Céline Lafaucrier.
Thank you so much. I think you know just about everything about me now. Thank you for this lovely introduction. Thank you, and I'm very honored to be here. The President and Chairman of the Council of the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce, members of the Council of the NBCC, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all. I'm very pleased to be here and to address you here in the room and online for this 4th edition of the Edutech Conference, focusing on what's very important, which is the transformative or the potential for transforming education to be achieved through three areas that are very dear to us in UNICEF and GNU Niger, which are the pillars of digitalization, education financing, and the future of work. Of course, supported by strong policy environment, without which it is very difficult to make progress. As you know, as you've been hearing for the last 3 years, and I think we don't tire, as we say in Nigeria, to be reminded, education has faced enormous issues across the world. And even before COVID, COVID is not responsible for everything. The globe was falling already off track in realizing the SDG 4 on ensuring inclusive education, equitable quality education, and promote lifelong learning. Lifelong learning still remains a bit of a foreign, unknown, and not well understood concept to many of us. At the height of COVID-19, school closures hindered French accent, the learning of 50 million students in Nigeria alone. We talk about the 1.5 billion in the world, but 50 million students in Nigeria alone, which is incredibly big. There's about this amount of people in my own country, in France. It's huge. Blended learning is the new reality. It needs to be the new reality for education in the post-COVID era. It should have been way before, but COVID has at least brought that positive impact. And it's even more important for an environment like Nigeria, with the world's highest share of out-of-school children. This is the only way forward. This includes teachers' professional development through pedagogies, of course, and capacity building that supports in-person and distant learning, including digital learning. When we use effectively low-tech solutions, we don't leave anyone behind, and we don't forget about the most vulnerable. It can help instructors and teachers access high-quality open resource content, engage with mentors and coaches, learn from the experiences of peers, and differentiate instruction in the classroom, even in low resource circumstances. The Lagos State Ministry of Education launched the Nigerian Learning Passport on the 21st of September 2022, together with UNICEF. The Nigeria Learning Passport, which we call for short the NLP, is a digital solution for students, teachers, parents, which contains 15,000 curriculum-mapped instructional resources and training sessions currently, and it's about to grow. It's been launched in 12 states of Nigeria, and it will continue to be launched throughout Nigeria. It is basically the national curriculum online, available on low-tech solutions, very low connectivity, sometimes no connectivity, for children to be able to continue learning when there are no access to anything. UNICEF has supported the FME on the development of the NLP, Nigerian Learning Passport, and it can now be very quickly deployed, customized, and scaled up nationally and locally. As I said, it includes low connectivity and hard-to-reach areas, which are, to us, in UNICEF, the most important. It's also an effective tool to accelerate states' education reforms and ensure that quality education is available to all. Digital literacy is a key driver for economic growth, competitive business, at the end of the day, and a national advantage for Nigeria. Young people must be equipped with the skills and opportunities that will transform their lives, but in fine will transform Nigeria into a country with sustainable economic growth. The cost of inaction is just too high. It's important that we all work together towards that. I'm representing UNICEF, but I'm also representing GNU Niger, Generation Unlimited Nigeria, which is basically a public-private youth partnership platform which aims at crowding in all of the actors in country and very much focusing on private sector, because at the end of the day, they're the employers of tomorrow, they're the employers of today, but they're also the employers of tomorrow, and they know what they need and they know what they want to make their business thrive. It's not about discussing, it's not about endless dialogue, it's about productivity now and the well-being of their staff. on GNU Niger, we concentrate on digital learning, on connectivity and digital learning, on making sure that young people are work ready and making sure that their voices are heard by engaging them. It basically supports young Nigerians aged 10 to 24. In Nigeria, due to the context, we go up to the age of 30. And its aim, in a nutshell, is really to support young people to transition from any kind of learning that is going to provide them with at least the basic skills and the workplace readiness skills to any kind of earning. And when I say any kind of earning, I don't mean informal trash jobs, but it could be jobs. We know that the labor market worldwide is, the fabric of the labor market worldwide is made of, I believe, 93% of micro and SMEs. In the same way, the Nigerian labor market will not be able to take on board all of those young people looking for a job today. We need to make sure that some of them, a share of them, can become entrepreneurs tomorrow and become the employers of tomorrow. So GNU Niger offers access to learning material through school connectivity. I mentioned the Nigeria Learning Passport and digital learning, but also through its digital platform of choice, which is called YOMA, the Youth Agency Marketplace, on which it deploys all sorts of private sector partners, programs, and free available skills for developing work readiness skills, and also employment opportunities, as well as any kind of livelihood opportunities and the gaining experience, which is very important when one is looking at entering the labor market. So you name them, from volunteering experience to apprenticeship, going by job shadowing, etc. For the reshaping the future of the young Nigerians, every stakeholder must be involved. We're glad to have representatives from the Lagos government, from the FME, from the NYSC, from NECA, and the private sector organizations. It is key and it is the most important. We all need to take ownership, whilst UNICEF continues to commit to supporting the NLP implementation, to supporting youth, to engaging youth on GNU Niger, to leverage innovation and widen models of cooperation, and ensure, once again, what's at the very heart of all this, private sector collaboration. I wish this conference a high success, a huge success, and would like to see positive impact from commitments from all participants and decision makers. Let us make the right efforts to make sure the future of children and young people in Lagos and throughout Nigeria is brighter. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please, can we give Celine Lafaucre, I hope I pronounced that well, another round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Celine. Lagos Office Chief of UNICEF. Thank you for that keynote address. And we really want to say thank you to UNICEF for your contribution to education, even here in Nigeria. All right, we'd like to call up for the goodwill message, Alhaji Ishmael Adedigba, who is the Director, Research and Development, Nigerian Communications Commission, and he's here representing Professor Gamba Dambata, who is the Executive Vice Chair and CEO of the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. The President, Chairman of Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce, Mrs. B.C. Adeyemi, and the Deputy, the Chairman, Learning, Education and Training, Mr. Sheyi Adeyemi, the Chief Lagos Office of UNICEF, Celine Lafaucre, the Zonal Controller for NCC Lagos Office, Mr. Yomi Aroshafe, other speakers here present, students, press, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here to deliver the goodwill message on behalf of Nigerian Communications Commission, representing Professor Umaru Garba Dembete, the Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Communications Commission, who is unavoidably absent. As we all know, as a professor, any education event is always a passionate, is very passionate about it, being his first constituency. But unfortunately, he could not be here physically and directed me to deliver the goodwill message, which I'm going to read now. All protocol duly observed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we thank the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce and the management of EduFirst, who are the organizers of this conference, for extending invitation to the Nigerian Communication Commission, NCC. We recognize the importance of having platforms like this, where different stakeholders engage and share experiences on revitalization of our education system through the application of technology and innovation as key ingredients for educational transformation. NCC is the independent regulator of the Nigerian Communication Commission industry, amongst other things. It is saddled with the responsibility of promoting the provision of modern, universal, efficient, reliable, affordable, and easily accessible communication services throughout Nigeria. There is no doubt that ICT has changed the way we live our lives today. The COVID-19 pandemic further revealed the extent of mankind's dependence on ICT as modern species. New and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, 5G, etc., will further push the boundaries of ICT globally as well as Nigeria. Digital transformation is fast reshaping different sectors of our economy, and the education sector is not left out. We have, in recent years, witnessed the proliferation of different edutech solutions aimed at facilitating teaching, learning, and research in Nigeria. And this is attested with just what the UNICEF representative just said. The provision of quality education services, especially in the 21st century, is vital to bridging the digital literacy divide and lay the knowledge foundation for Nigerians' transition to a fully digital economy. We at Nigerian Communication Commission recognize the role that ICT plays in the education space. For long, we have emphasized that telecoms and ICT are necessary catalysts that can effectively propel the advancement of the sector, of other sectors of the Nigerian economy, as well as facilitating socio-economic growth and development. Over the years, Nigerian Communication Commissions has demonstrated its commitment to promoting the education sector through interventions such as the following. 1, Advanced Digital Awareness Program for Tertiary Institutions, which we call ADAPT, which was introduced in 2008. This initiative was aimed at bridging the digital gaps that exist in the academia by providing computers, other ICT equipment, and the necessary facility to ensure that lecturers, staff, and students are armed with the requisite ICT skill essential for the 21st century. As at the last count, 300 institutions of higher learning have benefited from this program. We also have digital awareness program, which we call DAP, which is a special intervention program that addresses the digital information knowledge gap in the country, especially among the teeming youthful population. DAP is molded to expose secondary schools and colleges to ICT, raise awareness, promote usage and application of ICT by provision of requisite ICT tools and internet access to these schools. As at the last count, about 229 secondary schools have benefited from this intervention nationwide. Also, there is 6 ongoing Tier 4 digital industrial complex across the 6 geopolitical zones. The digital industrial complex are ICT park that will promote capacity building and digital skill, employment creation, and entrepreneurial activities, as well as smart city deployment across the country. Also, we have other initiatives of the Nigerian Communication Commission, which include yearly hackathon and innovation competition aimed at addressing emerging socio-economic challenges in Nigeria, national essay competition among young and secondary school students, telecommunication-based research innovation grants to lecturers in tertiary institutions, among others. Indeed, the future is now, and we must constantly innovate to be at par with global technologies and trends. Nigeria is truly blessed with young and bright minds who have the ability to make lasting impacts. As Peter Drucker said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. May I, on behalf of the board and management of the commission, wish you a fruitful administration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, please. A big round of applause for Alhaji Adedigba. Please, let's appreciate him more and more. Thank you so much. As I say, appreciation to Professor Dambata for that inspiring goodwill message. Okay, we are moving straight into our panel discussions. We want to get started right now. And I also want to keep appreciating our audience online, our virtual audience. We're very much a part of this conference right now. So we're going to move on to the first panel session. And the first panel session will be discussing making education policies to shape societal development in Africa. So we're starting right from there. Now, to moderate this panel discussion, please welcome Mrs. Folusho Gbadamosi, who is the Executive Director of Junior Achievements Nigeria Limited. A big round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. I will hand over the mic to Folusho, and she would invite her panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Okay. All protocols duly observed. So I'm going to introduce my amazing panelists, but first of all, I'll quickly introduce myself. So my name is Folusho Gbadamosi. and I am the Executive Director of Junior Achievement Nigeria, which is an organization that empowers the Nigerian youth by running programs. Okay, so I'm going to start with Dr. Femi Majekodumi, who is the chairman, Ogun State Universal Basic Education Board. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. Welcome, sir. I can see students from my secondary school in the room. Yes, over here, sir. Thank you. And I'm very excited. QC girls, pass on the torch. Okay. Next, we have Mr. Oluwafemi Akpeno, who is the country director of UNICAF. Welcome him, please, with a round of applause. Good morning. Welcome. Okay, so just as we have been discussing this morning already, we are talking about Africa's Edu-Tech model, reshaping you for the future. And obviously, we know that the African child is the main part of all of this, and that without the right policies, we cannot make much progress. So this panel discussion is about making education policies to shape societal development in Africa. And I'm very excited to have our panelists here with us. So I'm just going to give some very quick statistics, if my device will behave and let me find them. Just give me a quick second. And these statistics are really just some of the things that many of us already know, concerning the education challenges that we have here in Africa, right? So we all know that we have quite a few challenges worldwide, just like the previous speakers have said. But just, for some context. So 1 in every 5 of the world's out-of-school children is in Nigeria. 1 in every 5. Even though primary education is officially free and compulsory, we have about 10.5 million of the country's children aged 5 to 14 who are not in school. In addition to that, 70% of our population in Nigeria is actually youth. The youth population is about 70% of our population. So many of us in this room, do not even enter into that segment. There are very, very few of us here that are in that segment. Only 61% of 6 to 11-year-olds regularly attend primary school, and only 35.6% of children aged 36 to 59 months receive early childhood education. And obviously, there are so many reasons for this. In the north of the country, as we all know, it's even worse. The statistics are much less. Things like gender, sociocultural norms, poverty, and so on and so forth are factors that affect how policies should be made. And so we're going to be talking about, ways that we can work around all of these challenges, of which we know that we have many. So I'm going to let my panelists quickly introduce themselves just for about 2 minutes each, and then we'll jump right into the questions. So over to you, panelist 1.
Yeah, I'm Chief Dr. Femi Majekodumi, Executive Chairman of the State Basic Education Board.
Yes, but a second one for the.
Well, you said just
panel.
Introduction.
Yes, sir.
You want me to go into to my presentation?
If you would like to say something, you are free to proceed. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a presentation. Let me stand on the existing protocol. Introduction. Globally, education remains a crucial indicator for sustainable growth and development in any society. Therefore, the importance of providing quality education to enhance the development of Africa cannot be overemphasized. Interestingly, Africa has the most populous, youngest population out of the continents in this world. Although this has great implications on the provision of quality education for the teeming populace, it also presupposes that policies that are geared towards individual and societal development in Africa and around the world are essential. Regrettably, African countries already have some of the highest out-of-school rates in the world and some of the lowest learning outcomes globally. Therefore, there is therefore a growing demand for improved access to result-oriented education. In essence, well-trained children are central to global development, in particular Africa's future. This is because by the middle of this century, Africa will become home to 1 billion children and adolescents under the age age of 18. Therefore, African countries need to ensure that this demographic growth will not be a burden, but a benefit by expanding the opportunities available to young people, especially through the application of technology and building on the vital human capital that the young population represents. Education policies in Africa. In line with the sixth goal of education for all, that is the EFA Declaration, second goal of Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, and fourth goal of Sustainable Development Goals, that's the SDGs, which emphasize the importance of access to quality, functional, and inclusive education by the young ones. Africa has come with different education policies, especially to address the high rate of out-of-school children, infrastructural deficit, and poor learning outcomes that are staring us in the face. For instance, in Nigeria, the National Policy on Education, NPA of 1977, which had been revised several times, and the University Primary Education of UPA of 1976 have been implemented at one time or the other. Currently, the Universal Basic Education, UBA, of 1999, the Education Policy on Education, NPE, revised in 2014, and the free education policies have been implemented. The education policies that seem general in Africa are compulsory and universal basic education policies. These policies made education across Africa to be provided as a free social service. Despite these laudable education policies in African countries, a lot of challenges still bedevil Africa's education system.
Okay, sir, thank you so much for all that you have given us so far, which is quite a lot. But I think just for the purpose of time, we will delve more into some of the things that you've already said as I ask questions. So I'm sure that more of what you have in your paper would come to fruition then. Let me hand over to our next panelist, who is Mr. Oluwafemi Akpeno, for a quick introduction. Can you please share your mic with him?
Yeah,
Thank you for a quick introduction. And if you have anything to say as well, you're free to do so before we jump in.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Akpeno Oluwafemi, and I want to stand on the existing protocols. So I'm the director for UNICAF here in Nigeria, and I can tell you we stand at the forefront of online learning in Africa. So I can tell you I am a representative of the Edu-Tech, right here in the room. So I'm looking forward to the engagement, the questions you have, and how we can discuss how policies would help develop Africa, starting from Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so let's jump right into the questions. And I think that two of you have kind of already, spoken about it a little bit during your openings. Let's talk about African policy and culture and how that links into the education policies that we need to shape the future. We're here speaking about the realities of the times. We've heard the statistics. We've seen some of the things that happened during the pandemic and how it really altered the way that education is done, even in Nigeria. And we also know what the challenges are. So I'd like to hear from both of you what your thoughts are about the policy and culture and how we can link that to education and development to get better policies out of our nation.
Well, we all know Africa, especially when you're talking about African children, we are far, far, far away from what we consider as a good quality education for our children. We are making efforts, there's no doubt. But our efforts are, do I say slow, but we are just not yet there because of many, many challenges. We have challenges bordering on how to enhance sustainable funding for education policies and programs, how to bring school-age children into school net, improve school infrastructures, ensure high retention of completion rates, how to improve the capacity of teachers and address motivation crisis to enable them deliver effectively. How to ensure that children learn effectively in school to improve learning outcomes and functionality of education. How to provide education in the midst of conflicts, insecurity, and pandemic around Africa. How to address curriculum and the words of works gap. How to improve learning outcomes in school. How to address unpreparedness of education system for digital learning era. And of course, how to address education data gaps. And many more. Well, as I said earlier, we are making effort. We just wonder how long we'll continue to be a developing country. So all I say, our educational system is still developing. Now, when you talk of Africa and compare with some Eastern countries, many African countries were far, far ahead of some of these Eastern countries. That was before. What do we have today? Hard work, unabated hard work, seriousness of purpose, and many, many other good qualities have thrown them up there far, far more than we have in Africa. But with commitment, concerted efforts, I am not that pessimistic. My optimism says we'll get there someday.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. Before I go into the challenges that we have seen from what the question says, I would like to discuss the policy itself. Now, if you look at policy, policy is meant to be more of an architectural framework, for anything you want to build. But what has happened to us over the years is we do have a lot of policies. When I saw this topic, I was able to go over, the policy for education in Nigeria, for example. And I realized that we have all the policies in place. The major challenge is the implementation. So if we are talking about policy and how it's going to shape development in Nigeria and Africa at large, I don't think our focus should be if we have the policy at all, because we do. International standard policies across board. But what we need to be looking at is the implementation. How do we get to implement this to catch up with the rest of the world? And that is what we should be looking at. I don't even think our culture is drawing us back. I think it is more of who is implementing, how are we implementing, and how are we solving the problems and the challenges that faces us during implementation. If you permit me to say this, for example, in terms of funding, if you look at the budget for education in Nigeria and Africa at large, on the average, it's usually less than 5%. You check Burundi, check Rwanda, even South Africa is just 18% on the average in terms of the budget for a year in education. And UNESCO says you should have at least minimum of 26% for education for each country. So it tells us that, yes, we are way, way far behind, but what we should be discussing is solution. What do we think we should do at this time? Because looking at the topic and Edu-Tech, technology has come to help us now, to fast track the development. So now we shouldn't be thinking, how do we gather people to make policies? No, the policies are there. What we need now is to find a way to come together and bring bright minds in this room to start coming up with solutions, especially technology-driven solutions, which will take us further. In another 2 to 3 years, we could see results from a technology initiative in this room. So I am here to not just have a panel discussion, but to actually inspire someone in this room, hearing about some of these problems, and come up with ideas and innovations that can bring solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, so on to the next question, kind of building up from that, right? So you've spoken about technology and how technology is obviously a key to many of the solutions that we're talking about. So let's step aside from policies for a quick second. We're still going to come back to it because they are very important. I know that there are many, policies, but if the policies aren't being implemented, maybe we need to tweak them, to suit the purpose of the times, right? So let's talk about some of the solutions from your experience, because you mentioned what UNICAF does, and you were very bold to speak about, how you are at the forefront. Beautiful. You are saying it again. I like it. So tell us some of the things that UNICAF has done or is doing, and perhaps you can give us some more ideas and maybe even possibly help us towards tweaking some of the policies that already exist.
Okay. So thank you for that question. Looking at what UNICAF is doing, if you check us out, you'll see that our aim is to make international standard of education available to the underserved across Africa. Currently, apart from Nigeria, we are present in about 12 African countries, and we are doing exactly the same thing. So what do we do at UNICAF, for example? Just to give example. So we're in partnership with international education institutions and universities. For example, University of California, Liverpool John Moore in the UK, University of Suffolk, University of East London. Now, what do we do with all of these partners? Based on our mission and vision statement saying we want to take international education to Africans, especially the underserved, we partner with them in such a way that they use the UNICAF platform, the Edu-Tech platform, to deliver, international standard of education to Africans. So Africans do not need to spend a fortune to travel to the UK or travel to the US for them to gain admission or for them to study at an international institution. So we went further also to seek funding. Remember I said one of the issues in Africa when it comes to education is funding. We also went out to get funding from institutions. To mention a few, we are sponsored by Goldman Sachs in the US and CDC also in the UK, where we have fundings to give scholarships. Now, at UNICAF, you might be able to get up to 75% scholarship for an international degree. So what that tells you is that we know that if you are able to study online, we take out your travel fee, we take out your visa fee and the likes, education, international education becomes cheaper. So that way, we're able to reach the underserved who might not be able to afford, to travel abroad to get this kind of education. Now, what we're doing also, for example, in Nigeria, is to also partner with our local universities and institutions to say, hey, the same idea we have with these international universities can work here in Nigeria. So we are currently in talk with Lagos State University, to look into rendering international degrees, which means that if you register with Lagos State University, you can study online. And someone in Rwanda who wishes to study with LASU, which is Lagos State University, I believe, can also pick up a form online to study with a Lagos State University right there from Rwanda. So we can bring international education to Africa wherever you are. So for example, we have the University of Rwanda on board. So a Nigerian who wants to study with a university in Rwanda can pick up a form online and study with that university without leaving Nigeria. Mind you, we also make sure that scholarship and bursaries are available. So you are not cut out because you do not have funding. So we have bursary, we have scholarship from our sponsors. So that is what we are doing currently. Also, we also look into short courses and developmental programs, because we realize that in this time and age, if you ask the tech people in the room, they pick up a short course in design thinking or product design, 6 months or 3 months down the line, and someone is an expert in product design. So we realize that education has gone beyond just having a degree, now to learnings. So you pick up such learnings, you develop a product that is globally recognized. That is where we want to take education to across board. Even though we have not been able to play so much in the secondary school and the primary school setting, but we are getting there. As soon as we have the opportunity, to partner with people of like minds who see our vision, then we would also be playing in that space. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so kind of just backtracking now a little bit back to policies, right? Because you've said a lot of great things, but the truth also is that many of the things that you've said would not be possible in countries if there are not policies that enable, or if the government doesn't even approve you doing some of these things. So for instance, a lot of the programs that we run at Junior Achievement in different states, in different secondary and primary schools, we do have to get approvals from the state governments, from the education boards, and so on and so forth. So once again, we're going back to the government's role and policies and creating an enabling environment for organizations like yours, like mine, and more to really make an impact and really transform the lives of the children that need this education. So to you, sir, Dr. Majakudumi, because you're the chairman of the Ogun State Universal Basic Education Board, and I know that that's quite a powerful organization. What are some of your thoughts about how the government can, sustain policies that are created, right? So not just that we're creating policies, but also sustain them and also create an enabling environment for these policies to really come to pass, because it's just beyond creating the policies, actually letting them, get implemented, seeing the solutions happening. What are your thoughts about that, sir?
Well, if we are to knock the nail on the head, governmental contribution to quality of education is it's in crisis. Why? Virtually every government wants free education. When elections are coming, virtually every government preaches, campaigns, pledge to introduce, to sustain, or to continue free education. We found out, and many people have, money is always the problem. No government has enough to instill and finance a good quality free education. There are always problems. If I'll give you an example in Ogun State, when I came to chairman the S board, there were many, many problems. When the governor told me he was looking for a chairman to man the board, he was aware of the many, many problems. It took him 5 months, so he told me to get somebody to manage. This is not an issue of an educationist or a professional, or somebody who can perform. A good administrator, somebody who can sustain and improve on what is existing. What was existing at that time was many dilapidated schools, acute shortage of teachers, training in abeyance, and yet you have thousands of school children. You saw the problem. One of the first things it did was to put in 5 billion naira to match with the government's 5 billion naira, making 10 billion. About 900 projects in various forms. Buildings, renovations of existing structures, and so on. Toilets, fence, and so on. Many of these were not there. When they were there, they were in dilapidated situations, sorry situations. Then work started because the money was there anyway. Some of these schools have been built over 100 years. Many of these missionary schools. Not much has been done to take care of them. So even the 10 billion naira was like a drop in the ocean. They could only take care of little because new constructions had to be put in place. And many other problems. Security, like I said, fencing, toilet, and so on. Then COVID came. Prices rose up. What we got later was that many contractors abandoned the projects. So a lot has to be done to get things done. So I'm trying to emphasize that money is always in short supply, almost everywhere. I've been to other places in the north where governors tried, and some succeeded to some extent, to put new structures, big multi-million naira structures, in fact, I say multi-billion naira structures all over the place. The problems are still very much there to maintain them, to improve on them. So all these problems are always there, waiting for solution. What I'm saying is that money is not just the problem. At times the money will come. Spending money, allowing whatever expertise you put in, whatever money you put in to add value has always been a problem. I agree with my fellow panelists. We all know the problems. The solution is now the problem. We can itemize 20, 50 problems. How do we solve it? In solving it, we discovered that more problems got created, more problems coming, more than the problems we're trying to solve. It is the problem of our developing country, and that's why we continue to be a developing country for a long time. Shortage of teachers, a serious problem. In Ogun State, I can see we have quality teachers, in the sense that no teacher, the minimum qualification is NCE. You don't have a secondary school teacher or teacher who went to a low post-secondary school teaching. And yet you are still short of many, many teachers. Despite that, we have a governor who is very, very hardworking, who put education at the front burner of his administration. And we all praise him for that. But we all know it's not enough. So problems associated with improving learning in education is still very, very much there.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, just to kind of go back to the solutions that we need, because we know the problems are endless, like you said, Sometimes you throw a lot of money into something and you create even more problems, or, all of that. But we are also here talking about the future. We're talking about technology. We're talking about ways that we can change the way that we've been doing things. And that's also where we're speaking even to government policies. Let us assume that we had the opportunity, as an example, maybe to advise the government. Okay, so you have 10 billion naira. Should you use 10 billion naira towards infrastructure, building more schools, renovating them, or are there other ways, right? We've spoken about a few things here. We've spoken about low technology. UNICAF mentioned some of the things that they're doing. I know that you're not currently in secondary and primary schools, but like you said, it's something that you are looking into, and I know many organizations are doing the same. Can you, just kind of share some of your thoughts about ways that the governments can, use other means besides, just thinking about infrastructure and even thinking about physical teachers? Because I know that right now in the country, teachers are almost becoming extinct, even in the private schools. I know a lot of schools that are currently having issues because teachers are relocating. Teachers are getting better pay at private schools, so they are moving to, more expensive schools and all of that. So what are some ways that we can, while looking towards the future and the reality of the times, what are some maybe thoughts that you have that we can perhaps share with the government if we did have the opportunity?
Thank you.
Okay, sir. So I'll let you go first, and then we'll hand over to your co-panelists. But we're looking at solutions and things that we can, advise the government to do based off of the reality of the times.
Thank you. As I said earlier, government is trying its best, looking for solutions here and there. Many of these are itemized. Many of these solutions or the way to solving these problems have been entered into. We have philanthropists. We have organizations like UNICEF. We have many blue chip companies. We seek assistance from. And they are always ready to assist in one form or the other. And that's one area. Another area is looking for fund, organized fund, which Ogunse is trying to do now. Because every aspect of raising fund, apart from just government's fund, government cannot do it all, has been entered into. And we are relentless in this, and a lot will still be done to look for more, just as you suggested. They're there. The opportunities are there. But then, one thing I want to stress is the kind of unabated commitment and eradication or reduction of corruption in the whole exercise, because that's its role when a lot of money is being spent and you achieve little or nothing. And when you're talking of corruption, it's not just government. Even the contractors starting with the responsibility of doing this job. You see also malpractices. Some of them are now able to borrow money from banks and so on with the support of the contract and the award letter and so on given to them. What do you find? You find out that you go and do some other things with the money. And this abound in every aspect of contracting anyway. It's just, you can just see it's more than the others. So what I'm saying in essence is that we all know all these other alternative ways, and we are assessing them, key into them, but then the situation is slow in improving. I'm just being honest. Mm-hmm. But then the grand solution is to continue with an unabated effort, trying more and more of all these alternative routes, not just expecting government to do it all. No government can do it all. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I would like to speak to the point you made when you said you start a project and COVID came and a lot of issues arose. There's something we call progressive elaboration, for project managers, which simply means that you get to plan and come up with solutions as you go ahead in your project delivery. Because there will be problems you did not envisage that will most likely come up. Nobody envisaged COVID was coming. Nobody envisaged the lockdown. So as project delivery is ongoing, progressive elaboration is important for those who are delivering such projects. And I think we need to hold people responsible and accountable for whatsoever project that has been handed over to them. Regardless of the funding, regardless of the problems that come up, you have to be accountable. So I would like to speak to the solution. The first thing I think we should be looking at should be public-private collaboration. Public-private collaboration, where companies, institutions, private institutions in Nigeria and Africa at large come together with the government to create solution and manage the delivery of solution. What do I mean? So if I meet with the Lagos state government and we come up with an initiative called Lagos Learn, and we say it is for Lagos state teachers to equip them with technology, equip them with international standards and ways of teaching. Such initiative should not be left to the government to deliver. So we should have the private institutions who would also be at the forefront of the delivery of such projects. There's another example I have seen, which is Edu-Best in Edo State. These are public-private enterprise, coming up with solution in the education sector. We need, trillions and thousands of such to start coming up. And that is why I'm saying to everyone listening now is that, permit me to say this, I was always in consulting, with a multinational in the past, till I got myself into, teaching, and then got myself into educational services, and I realized the problems are so many. Like you said, as you're solving one, another one is coming up. But I have not given up. So I'm telling and I'm inviting you all, especially the private entities, private institutions, and individuals, to come on this journey with us and with the government. Come up with initiatives. For example, one single infrastructure from a tech person in this room can solve one problem for Africa. What do I mean? So we have institutions now like UTIVA, for example, who is saying, you know what, if you want to go in, learn tech initiatives or tech skills, come to us. Recently I saw them got fundings. They are trying to train 10,000 girls to know about tech. Now, such initiatives are what we are looking for. Those are the initiatives that can help us, because those initiatives are not location bound, because everything will be done online. So it is easy for someone in Jigawa or someone in Katsina to also partake of such, improvement and innovation. Because what I have seen so far is we are so limited by our location. Please don't forget that Nigeria is not just Lagos. Nigeria is not just Ogun State. If you go to Katsina, if you go to Jigawa, if you go to Yola, you'll be shocked at what you would see in terms of educational, situation. It could be really emotional if you understand what is going on. So we all need to come on board. I'm calling out on the private institutions to come join the government, come join us, in this fight to ensure that education in Africa is at the forefront. And what would happen eventually is this. When the government realizes that we have quite a number of people interested in that sector, then the government is also going to open up policies that will support you, if you understand what I mean. So, for example, by now we should be having not less than 10 to 20 open universities in Nigeria. But I can tell you for free, I think we have just one. You know what that means? It simply means that every year, people go to write, I think they call it JAMB, right? You could tell me maybe 20 million people write JAMB in a year. And statistics shows that we can only accommodate maybe 5 to 10% of the entire people who wrote the entry exams. But if we have open universities who are not bound by brick and mortar, they can take in millions of students every year. Because what happens to these millions who do not get into the university, they will have to come back the next year to write the JAMB again and try their luck. And at some point, you are going to have some of them drop out completely out of school, frustrated, thinking, maybe school is not for me. Maybe I should go back to farm. I'm not saying farming is bad, but you should learn some skills before you go into you. So if we are going to start an open university in Nigeria, we are going to have the application go to NUC. So NUC is the body who would, oversee all of these things and ensure that the curriculum and the contents are approved and up to standard, before you can go live. There's something common with all of the online study you would see is that they do not offer all courses. And the reason is that not all courses are accredited or available to be studied online. So, for example, I could still remember University of East London recently got approval to run Masters in Project Management. That's University of East London. But in the last 2 years ago, it wasn't accredited. They only get to do that program in the brick and mortar. You have to travel to do the program. But now it has been accredited. So when it comes to content, you must reach out to the accreditation body of that country to partner with them in developing your content. So you are sure that you are meeting up with the standard of the educational institution. So did I answer your question? Thank you.
Okay, my name is Muyiwa Onotoyibo. So my question is, most times, presently in Bayelsa, there's a flood crisis ongoing. And I want to ask that in such situations, problems that are likely to reoccur most times, does your organizations provide solutions to such problem? And secondly, I'm talking to, Mr. Oluwafemi Akpino. And secondly, you said something in your statement. You said your goal or vision is to bring educations to the undeserved. So I want to know who are the undeserved you are talking about. Is there anyone that is does not deserve to be educated? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your question. I'll answer the first one. So when it comes to crisis, I mentioned something earlier. I called it progressive elaboration. When it comes to crisis, it falls under such a situation. You were not expecting it, except if you envisaged it or it has been told ahead to say, okay, there might be earthquake coming or there might be flood coming. Then we have to find solutions like evacuating the students or making them join other schools in another location, or moving them into areas where they can be safe before we now start talking about learning. To put context into it, the people that came back from Ukraine are being, put into one school or the other in Nigeria. I believe you are aware of that. So that is that kind of solution we come up with. I don't know what exactly is going on in Bayelsa now in terms of the solutions, but I know that the first thing is to evacuate people, bring them to safety. Then the next thing we can be talking about the education. How can we then educate them while the crisis is still on? Now to your second question, what I said was underserved, not undeserved. So everyone, as long as you are African, you are entitled to the UNICAF scholarship. All you need to do is apply. There will be a student advisor who would reach out to you to understand your needs and your interests in terms of study. Do you understand me? So everyone is qualified as an African. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Yemi Adebayo. I work with the local government. I want to talk about, I will talk about policies on education and as well direct my question to the education person, the government person that is there. I know that people are elected into offices to think for the society, especially people in government. And I equally know that policies pass through some steps before it becomes ratified. And one of the things that can help is organizing conferences like this, and at the same time, organizing education conferences in our state and country. I am not aware whether we have a national conference on education in our country, Nigeria. Very recently, Lagos State held 2022 Education Summit. And it is the discussions at that program and issues that are raised that often inform the policies in the state. I want to find out, why is it that our state, we have Commission for Education, we have budget for education, we have National Sports Festival, we have other conferences on other things, but we don't have conference on education. I want to know why and what can we do. Especially we have somebody from Ogun State here. What do you think we can do to ensure that we have conferences on education and again, okay, let me put it this way. If if you don't understand the market, you may not be able to help whatever problems that has come up. We have provider services in our market. But if government does not make conscious effort to know that they exist and really call them and ask questions to understand what they are doing, you may not be able to leverage on what they are doing. And having identified them, there is a need for us to pilot one or two of those technologies to know whether it works or not. My question to the chairman of SUBEB is, what effort is the government making at identifying those facilities that are available? We have some technologists in the house, but they are not feasible, we don't see them. What platform has the state put in place for these people to come together and discuss their solutions with the state? Thank you.
Thank you. I really don't understand what would mean no national conferences on education or conferences on generally, because I do know there are so many. When you talk of conferences, you are talking of conferences, seminars, workshops, and so on. You know, Federal Ministry of Education has many, and we do attend many. There are times funding, going to Abuja, going to Nasarawa State, going to Bauchi State for all these conferences affect our pulse, you know. Apart from Federal Ministry of Education, UBEC, that is an arm of Federal, represented under Federal Ministry of Education, but it's a special program, intervention program for basic education. And federal government is spending a lot on it. And they spend a lot on conferences, on seminars, on teachers training, professional teacher training, all over the places. You know? And that's one of the things that make SUBEB all over the country very busy. Now, when you come down to each state, Ogun State, for example, you know, just to give credence to what he said by having an in-house solution to many of these problems. In Ogun State, which is available in many other states, we have the Parents Teachers Association assisting in many ways because they are called upon to assist government, and they do. We have the SBMC, School-Based Management Committee, you know, in every school. And we make sure that responsible citizens are on the board of this SBMC. More often than not, you have the king, we say a village, the Bale, you know, and they contribute money to assist the government. Some of them build schools, some of them they renovate schools, fences, toilets, and so on. Because what to do is so much, and government has so little. No matter, even you are talking of billion, but they put in the billion. It has not done much. When you are talking of how many thousand? 13,000 schools. Sorry, 13,000 teachers, 6,000 schools, all different stages of well-being. Like I said earlier, some were built over 100 years ago, some 50 years ago, 60 years ago. And because the structure is still standing in a kind of epileptic manner. These are the things, problems for each state government. And we all say government is a continuum. Each governor, as he assumes duty, is faced with many of these problems, and he has his own way of solving them. In some cases, such a governor is applauded. In other cases, whatever the governor was doing before him is set aside. So all these problems are just there. And the multiplier effect is what we see. And as we all reason, we should not give up. We should not give up. I see Africa problem started with many, many problems, causing other problems coming. I remember in those good days, when we had, when dollar was almost the same thing, when Naira was stronger than the dollar, we didn't have all these problems. You can say those days were the colonial days and the immediate post-colonial days. We didn't have all these problems we're having now. What do we produce? What do we manufacture? Many of these things, even learning materials, directly or indirectly, they come from abroad and very, very expensive. You know? So we have to be talking of billions and billions to do what one will have considered, what would have been done with maybe just 10,000 naira in those days. So these are the foundation of the problems. So you can't get something from nothing. And this is the challenges of our time, challenges in Africa, and most especially Nigeria. There's nothing you do. It's as if it's difficult to get there, except to be just optimistic we'll get there. Everybody's putting in effort. I've been to many primary schools, secondary school in the north. They're putting in a lot of effort, putting billions, you know. I look forward to a day where the north will be at par with the south, because they're making effort more than even southerners. I can say this. Spending more money on education than we in the south, because I've seen it myself. I've visited some of schools in the north. So this is the situation. You know. It's just that not much publicity is given for many of these conferences. It's like talking of football. In those good old days, in our own days, secondary school soccer was very popular. We hear it in the news, we watch it television and so on. Who cares about whether one secondary school is playing somewhere? It's the evolution of situations we are caught in them. You know? But then, I agree with the moderator. I agree with him too. There must be a solution. You can't just say, yes, the solution is not there, it's difficult, and just say whatever. They're all fighting, they're all struggling, they're all working hard to solve the problem. As I said earlier, we know the problems, we even know the solutions. The problem then is, he said it, implementation. Oh yes, and not enough money. Funding is number one. We have the ideas. We have educated people. We have intelligent people in Nigeria. Go to every part of the world. You see Nigeria really doing fine, technically, educationally, and so on. But funding is a big problem. And this funding problem started long ago with everything about Africa being undervalued. Until we rise up to bridge that gap, we continue to have problems. I'm not pessimistic. I want to be optimistic and believe that someday something will be done. And you can see many Nigerians are very religious now. They all believe in God doing it. We should not only believe in God doing it, because even the Bible says, "Help those who help themselves."
Yes, we must take action.
So I agree, we must help ourselves.
Exactly.
And let God.
Action. Thank you, sir. I think Femi wants to quickly add something, and then we will add something.
Okay. I would like to speak to his question, and thinking on my feet. If what he said is that the people with the solution are not attending the conference, or there is no conference that is even aware of, I think the solution is also with us. If you are in Edu-Tech right now, we need a platform that can bring together the Edu-Tech institutions. So for example, if there are 100 of them, we should have a platform like Abaka, for example, that brings all the tech people together. So we should have one platform. It could be you to develop one platform. It doesn't have to be the government. An individual develop a platform and invite all institutions in Edutech to join. That way, we would have a database, and we would see that we have 200 Edutech in Nigeria. Now, when there is a conference by the government, all of them get an invite easily. So no one is saying, oh, I'm not aware. And when they attend those conferences, we are going to discover that they will bring solutions to the table. I hear funding, but sometimes innovation comes with ideas before the funding. There has to be an idea. There has to be something that needs to be funded. So I am calling out, we in Edu-Tech, one person, 2, 3, come together. Give us one application or one platform for all Edu-Tech to join in. In closing, thank you. And please, I'm ready. UNICAF is ready to join you in the journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Excellent closing. Okay, so we have somebody who wants to make some remarks. I think you have to borrow his mic if you don't mind. Thank you. All right.
Right, my name is Sheyi Adeyemi. I'm the chair of the Learning, Education and Training Committee of the NBCC. And the real reason why we have put this conference together is for it to be a platform where we can actually profile solution. I want to appreciate Dr. Maja Kodumi and all government officials, because from the presentation, government has been doing a lot. Enormous amount of money, they say, has been pumped into it. But the unfortunate thing is that we're not getting a result that is commensurate with the amount of financial commitment, the amount of effort. And I think the reason is that we cannot continue to do something in the same way and expect a different result. All of the effort that government has been putting in is being reinvented year after year and hoping and praying that things will improve. It will not improve. We've got to do it differently. And my suggestion, in fact, when Mr. Kwena was talking about the issue of Edu-Tech, I'm sure that Edu-Tech is above the level of the primary education, the public primary education that we have in this country today. In places where they don't even have power, places where they've never, learned basic education, not to talk of digital education, we are far above the situation. I think it would be beneficial for this country. First and foremost, if government will realize the importance of the public sector participation, and when I'm talking about the private sector participation, and I'm talking about both corporate organization as well as academic educational institution. For example, rather than government spending the money directly, just like Dr. Kuruma said, there's a lot of problem into it. You've been throwing money at it. There's corruption. There are all of these issues, private and public corruption. We are not going to get the result if we keep doing so. Why don't we allow an environment where we will incentivize private organizations to do what government should have done, but is having difficulty in doing it? And giving, for example, there's organizations that we don't have money to spend on CSR. You give them a tax rebate. That money will be used to fund education. Give them tax holidays. That money will be used, and then you would agree on deliverables. Once you agree on deliverables, then they can only be exempted from taxes if they show evidence that they have delivered what you agreed. Otherwise, you charge them the tax. And by so doing, we will begin to get tangible results. We can't keep throwing money at this problem. It will never change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adeyemi. I think that you have said it all in closing. You have put this all into a nutshell, and I don't have to do the job anymore. Thank you so much to my wonderful panelists. Thank you, everyone, for being so wonderful and for contributing to this wonderful conversation. And I'm sure that all the things that we have said will be taken on board by the organizers, and we will be doing the needful. And let's not forget that the power also lies in all of our hands, right? So we all have solutions within us. Let us do them. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yes.
Okay, she's here. Okay, that's you don't mind.
It's balanced. It's balanced.
All right, a big round of applause for the first panel discussion. Thank you so much. I must let us know that very soon we will have student innovation, tech innovation showcases very soon. So let's just be a little patient. But without taking more of our time and also the time of our online participants, we would want to move on to the second panel discussion. The second panel discussion will focus on financing edutech tools through digital subsidies for African educators. To moderate this session, I would like to invite Mr. Julius Ilori, who is the founder and CEO of Learner's Corner Education Hub. Please, a big round of applause for Mr. Ilori.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm standing on all existing protocol. My name is Julius Ilori, and I'll be moderating this second panel session for today's conference. Before we proceed, I'll quickly like to introduce my guests. I'll start by welcoming Mr. Tim Ako, the CEO of New Horizon, to the stage, sir. Can you please help me welcome him? I'd also like to welcome Sheyi Onosoya from FITC. I was told we have Mohammed, the technical assistant to the Minister of Education, the Federal Ministry of Education, online. I truly hope you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mohammed. Nice having you here this afternoon. So our session today is focused on financing edutech tools through digital subsidies for African educators. As we all know that this conversation started focusing a lot on initiative ideas on how we can, scale some of the work that is being done in the education tech space. But right now we're putting the spotlight on the educators themselves, the teachers. How do we help teachers, to access basic resources, to do some of the work they're expected to do in the classroom? There's no amount of innovation or tech solutions we have without tools that can help make that tool, make the initiative work or the solution work. It may not eventually work at the end of the day. So right now, I'll be talking more about helping educators, achieve potential by providing access to subsidies. So I'm going to start this conversation with Mr. Muhammad from Abuja. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Although I can't start my video, so I don't think you guys can see me. I think the admin hasn't enabled video, but it's okay if you can hear me clearly.
All right. I would like to start to ask you, from some of the work you're doing at the Federal Ministry of Education, what are the subsidies that you've put in place to help teachers access tools, tech tools, laptops, gadgets to be able to do their work in the classroom?
Okay. Thank you very much for having me. And it's wonderful to see the organizers are moving ahead in EdTech with conference, with several conferences actually that are in this space. And to answer your question quickly, the Federal Ministry of Education supervises 23 agencies, which include the Teachers Registration Council, which is responsible for regulating the teaching profession. Now, they have a project that is actually dealing with what you just mentioned, that is subsidizing devices for teachers. I know that it is it was started at the end of last year, including as part of that, there's a general package improvement for teachers that is part of the national policy on for teachers, which was also launched last year. So all of that is going towards ensuring that teachers can afford the devices, including those that are subsidized by government through the project. So, but the details of that project, I think, are available with TRCN. I'm not sure if they have rolled out everything yet, but I know that is there to start.
All right, thank you so much for that. I would like to also bring this back to these premises. Sir, Mr. Tim, I would like to direct these questions to you, sir. Like what you just said, how do you think the private sector can scale up some of this initiative government is currently carrying on to ensure that teachers are able to access devices, to do some of the work they're expected to do in the classroom?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a wonderful time being here. First and foremost, before I answer the question, let me also emphasize that the bringing digital into knowledge environment is imperative in the sense that in the past, Africa, we've always been at the low end of technology. So we've lost to lack of technology in the past. In the 17th century, during the Agrarian Revolution, Europe had technology to produce excess food, and then were able to migrate to Africa. But we didn't have the technology to produce food to feed ourselves, so we are colonized. In the 18th century, Europe had enough technology to go into what we call industrial revolution. That's the period you have General Electric, that's the time you have the Coca-Cola and the rest of them. Africa didn't have technology, so we equally lost out. In the 20th century, which is the era of ICT, information communication technology, we've also not done as much as the developed countries. But right now, we are in the era of what we call the 4.0 era. That is the 4.0 technology era. This is the era of artificial intelligence. So the era of artificial intelligence, it's so complex that right now, the world is divided into two, between the useful people and the useless population. The useless population are regarded as people whose job will be replaced by AI as we go ahead. Yeah. And as of today, the last World Economic Forum that was held in Davos last year, the population of useless people was put at 3 billion people in the world. These are people that technology will replace their work. Against that background, it is very imperative for us as a nation to find a way of funding technology and the tools. First, government has some program in place. They have the NITDA, they have the NCC, and they have the ETF. Within these three agencies, it's unfortunate the NCC man has gone, but a percentage of the revenue of all the telecom companies in Nigeria is earmarked for technology development in the country. I think about 2%, if I'm not mistaken. In terms of ETF, they also collect a percentage of the businesses all of us do in Nigeria for education development. And NITDA also collect 1% of the tax on most of the things all of us do in Nigeria. When we put all this money judiciously into use, the first problem I notice is wrong priority. As a nation, we prioritize things above people. We prioritize building. We like to build structure as against building people. So my first recommendation is that government should put priority on people, on teachers. So within these agencies, we can actually get reasonable funding to get tablets for the teachers. What other tools do teachers need? Teachers also need continuous improvement. The continuous improvement, I've participated in training the teachers across Nigeria before as in New Horizons. We went to Kaduna, we went to Jos, we went all over the place. But it was quite expensive for the agency to put all the teachers in training continuous when we wanted to give them digital skills. So it was done physically. So but that was quite expensive. Right now, the tool the teachers need for continuous improvement can also be done online. There's nothing that says we cannot have twice a year continuous diet for teachers. We have the January diet where we give them new things to do to improve themselves. And we have the second diet in June where we also give them new skills to improve themselves. So that will be my second recommendation, that the teachers should also migrate online for their continuous improvement. The third one is the private initiatives. Company like ours, we train 60,000 students yearly across Nigerian universities. We believe that more private organizations should also get involved in terms of providing tools for teachers and also tools for students. And finally, in terms of funding, I also want to recommend that we should have teachers' loan and student loans, because everything cannot be free. Everything cannot be free. There is no reason why Nigerian banks, Stanbic, UBA, cannot come up with a package, because as long as you know that teachers are going to be there for another 5 years, another 10 years, so if the cost of a tablet it's 200,000, and you allow them to be paid in installment of 20,000 every month or 10,000 every month, within a period of 1 year, they finish paying. The Nigerian banks also have a role to play here, in the sense that they always look at what is going to give them the highest return. Investment in knowledge may not necessarily give you the highest return in the short run, but in the long run, it's going to give you returns that is higher than where they normally put their money, in the sense that when the society is developed, we are going to create more jobs, we are going to have more opportunities, and then the environment will become more conducive for them to actually do their business. Thank you.
Can you please help me appreciate Mr. Tim Akon for that wonderful contribution? You mentioned 5 things which I noted down. We need to start focusing on the people, which are the teachers, rather than investing in infrastructure and other things, that the former panelists mentioned. Moving the training online, which means government investing in platforms, programs that can make trainees available remotely. And the third thing, you mentioned something around private sector partnership, which is also very important, and also the teacher's loan, which I think it's also a great idea. So I would like to bring this back to you, Ma. I don't know, how do you think we can focus more on teachers? What are the programs, what are the initiatives that we can come up with, maybe private-public partnerships, international partnerships, that can really aid the process to put the focus on the teachers?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, funding is very key, which we have also noted in the conversations we've had this morning. And funding can come in different ways. But one of the things we need to know is that education is more of a social good, a social service. And so quite a number of people in terms of funding may be reluctant unless they can see that there's something in it for them. And what that means is that we need to see how we can redefine and repackage the conversations we are having, as well as the solutions that we are putting forward, so that we can attract the right people to this sector. I'm from FITC, and what we do is capacity building for the financial service sector. And we have seen how COVID has also reshaped our whole lives, including education, It has accelerated digital adoption. And that's why we're talking about EdTech today. Now, one of the things that we have seen with regards to online learning, online schooling, of course, is the fact that there has to be technology platforms. And these platforms are expensive. And so to attract the right funding, it's important that there is partnership. Education is expensive if you want to leverage technology. And so collaboration and partnership is the way to go. So for example, in FITC in the last 3 years, one of the things that we have done, we've had significant investment in technology to drive our knowledge delivery to the financial service sector. And what this implies is that we had to go to get partnership and collaboration with different institutions, both locally and globally, internationally. And so partnership is not limited to just local partners, but we can also look at international partners. There's a lot of funding going around. If you look at the growth of EdTech for now, we can see that we are more or less in that infrastructure phase of the ecosystem. So we are trying to build infrastructure, trying to develop the content so that we can get more people on board. Now, the same way, if I liken this, because I'm from the financial service sector, so I will be sharing experience from there. If we look at EdTech, one of the projections that have been mentioned about EdTech is that it has a lot of potential in terms of reward. Again, if you liken this to the growth of the fintechs in the financial service sector, you will see that EdTech has a lot of growth potential. What it means is that when we even invest now, our reward, the incentives, and all that we want, profits and returns, we will get in the long run. Now, if you look at fintech, of course, when fintechs came on board, the traditional banks thought that, oh, they were a threat to the industry. But what can we see now? They are collaborating because the fintechs have come with technology. They have come with innovation to redefine the way financial services are delivered. And so that partnership is key. And so the same way for EdTech, we need to identify who are all of these partners across the value chain. Of course, we have the schools, we have the financiers, we have the students who are the receiver of all these solutions that we are coming up with. In preparing for this session, one of the things that I have realized or I found in research is that a lot of countries, especially through the EU, there's a lot of reward and grants that are being given to support education technology. And apart from grants that are given for infrastructure development, you also have grants being given to teachers. So for example, there's this organization, TAO, in the EU. It's the Luxembourg Institute of Technology. They have different funding that they give teachers. One is around funding for student achievement. So it's one thing for you to be a teacher, for you to be there to deliver knowledge. It's another thing for us to see that you have actually created impact in the students, in them, gaining knowledge. So students or teachers are being rewarded for the student achievement to the tune of $500, $400. Those look like small amounts of money that if we get huge funding, we can actually channel this to supporting teachers so they are incentivized, they are motivated to ensure that they are not just in the classroom, online teaching, but there's impact on the children. There's also grants for the STEM courses, that's the science, the maths, and what have you. So teachers are also giving grants for that. Now, one of the things that we have not seen, which I would suggest, is this partnership, especially with our financial institutions. We have banks, whether they are traditional or fintech. So there has to be a lot of engagement. And these are the kind of forum that we need to have these conversations so that where we are expecting the funding from, apart from government, the private sector, they're also part of this conversation. They can see that there's going to be huge returns, whether now or in the future. Again, we should also realize that our schools, as it is now, this is the funnel for the future workforce. The workforce, the labor force that we expect in the private sector, in our companies, this is where they are being developed. This is where you shape them from when they are growing up. And so the partnership with the private sector is critical for us to subsidize, to fund teachers, how they also impact the children. So for me, loans important, grant is important. The partnership and collaboration with the private sector is what can open up these opportunities so that there is continuous conversation, and of course there is, returns on the investments that, we expect the private sector to make in education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we please clap for her? Thanks so much, for that contribution. You mentioned something that I also experienced. A few months ago, I was part of the Lagos State delegate to Finland, as the state government is working to sign, the Lagos Education is working to sign partnership with the Finnish government. Right now, when we visited Helsinki, the capital city, we discovered that they have an education tech hub, which is run by government to ensure innovation, collaboration among teachers. Like you mentioned, there's a lot of funding for education guys over there. Just think of something as a teacher, think of anything, and there is an opportunity for you to get funding, to scale, to even have access to a lot of other things, right? So I want to bring this back to Mr. Mohammed. Like what the panelist just mentioned right now, she said something around creating a platform for collaboration where we have banks, we have, financial institutions generally, we have government, and then we have the tech community, to really encourage innovation in the classroom, to create a system of compensation for teachers, because if we truly want to have the best education tech product, it must come from educators who have the experience, who have been in the classroom, who can, direct the scene. So I don't know if you have anything to say about that.
Oh, thank you, Juliet. I've been listening to all my colleagues on this, and I can tell you there's way too much to say for an hour, but I'll try to stick to several points that they've raised. So first of all, the Department of Education has actually developed several platforms as models, not as final solutions, but as models. I'm sure you've already spoken about the Nigeria Learning Passport that was developed in conjunction with UNICEF. So there are two other platforms, that is Inspire, okay, and Ignite. Now, Inspire is for the learner side, and it holds from basic education through to tertiary. And so far, we've got over 18,000 pieces of content on Inspire. Ignite is for the teachers, actually. And the whole idea is to have templates for lesson planning and content that is then actually integrated with Inspire, so that what the teachers produce on Ignite can then be ported over to Inspire. Now, these platforms are free. They're provided as models for the edutech sector to take and probably improve in terms of what you want to do with features and the bells and whistles that would not be included in a government project. Now, I will put up the links on that later on. Having said that, UBEC is also working on a smart schools project. I think 20 of those schools are going to be launched in January 2023. There are 37 of these smart schools. Infrastructure, devices, and the application platforms are all paid for by government. And the idea, again, is to model for the states to see what can be done in the sphere of e-learning. Now, that included, you've got another 109 e-learning centers across the nation that have been provided with better facilities and so on. But like somebody said, the conversation about learning is not always about funding. It's more about accessibility. To bring in the issue of my colleague that actually mentioned NIDA, I happen to be on the governing board of NIDA, and I know that there's a lot going on in that sphere. Right now, there's a conference going on about blockchain, actually, in Abuja. I'm supposed to be there. But the whole point is a lot has been done in that space to model, to introduce. Somebody said that, yes, government cannot fund everything, but government, if you use the money judiciously, prioritize and focus, then there's a lot that can be done. Now, having said that, one of the issues, the challenges that I've come across in the 7 years I've been in the Ministry of Education is that it's actually in the constitutional provision. Now, education is on what we call the concurrent list. That means, first of all, the Federal Ministry of Education or the federal government is responsible for policy, national policy on education. But having said that, state governments are also allowed to do policies within their states for education. And that builds all the way from basic to tertiary. So you have a situation where two different entities are creating policy for education. And this creates quite a challenge in trying to collaborate, first of all, and bring a seamless body when it comes to education technology. So this is a challenge that I'm sure that the conversation on that will continue, but we have to get to a situation where we recognize that in terms of bringing seamless ideas in education, you have to have some clarity on policies and how they come down to the very last person. Now, of course, the UBEC is working with states, the SUBEBs, on a lot of these issues to clarify. Now, also, I'd like to mention the Federal Ministry of Education is working on a digital learning policy. The digital learning policy is looking at the whole gamut of platforms, curriculum, and content, very importantly, on how we're going to develop this ahead of the system where you've got NERDC, the national body responsible for curriculum, looking at paper as paper instruments to arrive at what the curriculum should be, how it should be taught, and so on. Now you've got video, audio, and simulations to deal with. So they're working on that, but it's also quite a challenge. Yes, COVID came along, made it extremely important to prioritize EdTech for everybody. But we also have to remember what we're talking about today, the teachers. The teachers have to remain in the center of learning, because if you remove a teacher, you don't have a school. So that priority is clear for us. And the teacher, the provision of content is very important as we move along. Now, finally, if I would like to land on the issue of NCC, we're actually talking to the NCC regarding the education data plan. Now, all of this is in the initiation stage, so we haven't got any announcements to make yet. But the idea is, can we do an accessibility plan, an internet accessibility plan for education sites? Can we whitelist education sites like NLP, Inspire, Ignite, so that when you access these sites with your regular phone channels, your regular devices, the charges are either very, very low or non-existent, so that you whitelist education sites, you whitelist platforms that are teaching everything from the curriculum to skills, as mentioned by the last speaker. can we do that in conjunction with the NCC, bring out a policy where all of the telcos, the MNOs, that is the Airtels, the MTNs, and so on, will collaborate in bringing this up so that it's cheaper for the teachers, for the learners to access these content, okay? Like I said, there's a lot to unpack, but let me just stop here. Thank you.
Within 4 months, all the tablets died. Why? There was no electricity to charge the tablets. In schools, we had to put the electricity. We had to put the tablet. There had no electricity. Secondary school, no electricity. Primary school, no electricity. Meanwhile, the governor invested so much money in buying content. Yes, he bought content. He filled up the tablets with content. So when we talk about funding, funding is not the whole story of our problem. Wrong priority is a problem. Ignorance also is a problem. A lack of sense of value chain. If we are talking about Edu-Tech, it's a value chain. At the center of that value chain is internet. On the right side of that value chain is electricity. So when we've not solved these two problems, we put tablets in the hands of a student. Where is the electricity to charge it? So these 2 points are very crucial for the organizer of this program, that in your recommendation, we've got to focus on that. Now, to answer your question, in terms of how to measure quality, the country you went to, Finland, is regarded as having the best education system in the whole world. And the reason why they have that is that there is what we call standardization. There is standard that every teacher must meet. And there is a continuous review to ensure that those standards that are set are met. So for us as a nation, from this conference today, we've got to also preach standardization in the public school and in the private school. So we are cheating ourselves, we are deceiving ourselves thinking that once we send some children to private school, we are safe. We are not safe because the private school can only take less than 10% of the population. The 90% is still in public school. So if we don't have that standardization to ensure that what obtains in those places where students pay 2 million, 4 million per session is also the same standard that obtained in other places where they pay something very small, then we are not going to get to the destination. And before I round up, I also want to mention one opportunity for us as a nation. Since I was born, I've been hearing about research and development as a nation. But again, a solution also exists in research, but not research and development, research, execution, and commercialization. So the money we are looking for in schools can actually be found if we change our mindset from R&D to what I call REC. REC means research, execution, and commercialization. I was in one university in the Middle East, HUJ, Hebrew University of Jerusalem. From research and execution alone, they realized $2 billion. From these resources, they can actually fund most of the things we are talking about today. So they don't need to depend on government. One of their research products is what we call the mobile high that Intel bought for $16 billion. It was done by 2 university professors plus 4 students. So we've got to move our knowledge sector from just going to school to have certificate, 9A1s. No, the era of 9A1 is gone. We've got to, right there when they're in secondary school, they've got to be project focused. They've got to develop projects that can be commercialized. And when they get to university, they've got to have projects that address environmental problems. Not project because you want to score A. You choose an easy project. And once you do that project, the end result of the project is just end up in a file. So this is one other area that we've not examined as a nation. And for the young ones that are here today, I want to leave this for them. In the next 10, 20 years, the 7 skills that will actually rule the world are under the 4.0 skill. And these skills are 1, data science. When you get home today, all of you, or the students that are here today, you can Google it, and a 12-year-old Indian boy who is a data scientist and is already working. He does not need his parents' money again from age 12. He's being paid in dollars, 12-year-old. The world needs today millions of data scientists. Millions of data scientists. Whether you want to go to Canada, you want to go to that one is very important. Second skill is AI. We cannot escape it. It's going to rule our world. AI journalist, AI newscaster, AI professor, AI receptionist, 100% AI. The world is going AI, full blast. So for you that are young today, jump onto the train of AI. The third skill is blockchain. Everything we know as money is going to die. The paper money is going to die. It's just a question of another 20 years. US knows that. That's why they've launched digital dollar. So for any of you to thrive in the society that are going to live when you are 30 or 40, you need skill in blockchain. What one is cloud architect? Everything is going to end up in the cloud. Now we have Mohammed in the cloud. So we need skills in that area. The fifth one is IoT. Everything is going to be connected. This microphone is going to be connected to the camera. It's going to be connected to my wristwatch. So we need skills in IoT. And also the old one, which you are aware of, is full stack developer. The final one is digital marketing. All marketing will move digital. So these 7 skills, you cannot get it wrong. All of you are here today, the young ones. Thank you.
Wow, this is a master class. Please, can you please clap for him? I also quickly like to bring this back to you, Ma. I don't know if you want to add something to what he just said.
Yes. What I want to add is around looking at it from the perspective of the skills for the educators and how prepared are they for this digital economy. Yes, we talk about the infrastructure, the facilities that they require, which is the tablets, the internet connection, and what have you. But what skills do they have to actually deliver their knowledge, their classroom learning digitally? It's a different thing when we are here face to face, but you can't even see the people on the other side, and yet you have to engage them. So I think we need to look at the skills of the educators. How prepared are they for this digital age? And you have mentioned 7 skills that are required for the future, which are all digital enabled skills. But one thing we also need to know is that these skills become obsolete quickly. So in the corporate world, for example, one of the things that we look out for is the skills we have today will become obsolete within the next 10 years. And so as you're learning now, you're also looking at the future. That's why you see there's a lot of discourse around the future of work. So how prepared are our educators, our teachers, to teach using digital platforms? What kind of course design do we have? Do we still have our old notebooks, that we deliver maybe when we go for classroom, with the head teacher and all? Is that what we have on our digital content? And how often are we able to scale this digital content? Knowledge becomes so obsolete quickly because we're in a very disruptive age because of technology that we're talking about. So how are these teachers prepared to update their course curriculum, to update their materials so that it doesn't become obsolete? Now, another thing, again, I'll come back to partnership, is the fact that the school system and the corporate world, there seem to be a lot of gap. So we have products from the schools that are they don't really have the skills that we need in the corporate world. So for example, we are in the training, we are a training institution. And so you have a lot of organizations in the financial sector. They invest a lot to prepare the graduates that they want to absorb into their organizations. And why is this so? That's another conversation we need to have. The gap between what is expected or what the corporate world needs and the skills or the knowledge that the product of our universities or our tertiary education are coming out with, there is huge gap. So that also takes us to the issue of how prepared and what kind of skills are those that deliver this knowledge? How updated are they with regards to what is happening around them? How well do they update their knowledge so that the knowledge that they try to impact is not obsolete by the time the learners even come out of school? So they come out of school with skills that are not relevant. Again, in designing our curriculum, we also need to ensure that there is learner engagement. So in the corporate world, of course, there's a lot of trainings that are going on through online learning, digital platforms as well. one of the things that we do is to ensure that the technology that we build has mechanisms that can measure learners' engagement. And what do we mean by learners' engagement? Learners' engagement means how engaged are the learners in the materials or in the course that they are doing online. Because they are alone, whether in their houses, they need to be engaged. The learning needs to excite them such that they look forward to getting back to learning. Again, we also need to look at the structure of our curriculum online. Do we have those long, materials or texts? They are not exciting for the kids, no videos. The exercises are just a lot of text. So in terms of the structure of our curriculum, we need to pay attention to it so that the learner engagement is high enough and people are sort of immersed in learning. They want to go back to their tablets. They want to go back to the app because they're enjoying the learning. And how then do we now monitor that there is impact? Again, all of these infrastructure, digital infrastructure that we're also coming up with, they need to also have capabilities for measuring the impact of learning, which we call in the corporate world the return on investment on learning. So it's not just having the tablet, not just ensuring that, the content is there, but is there impact? And if there is impact, who gets rewarded for the impact? Yes, knowledge has been disseminated, and of course, it also shows and it's demonstrated by the students. Then we also need to look at how we reward the teachers. So the design of the curriculum is extremely important. How we measure, how engaged the learners are, extremely important. Then the skills of our learners when they come out, how relevant are those skills to the needs of the industry? I think those are very important key points for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, let's appreciate her. So we're moving straight to question and answer session as we round up this panel session. I don't know if anyone in the audience or online have questions. One person raised their hand here. Okay, I think we'll just go straight to this.
Good afternoon. My name is Sheyi Mafalabumi from Wanda Foundation. I don't know if this would be, I have many questions in one, so I'm just going to put this out there. In terms of, I've heard so many things that we've said today, and it always seems like there's a difference between infrastructure and then digital. I think that in an economy or in a society that wants to grow, basic internet is infrastructure. It's something that we should all have, as Mr. Akon had said. Now, how do we account for more than the provider of education for more than 90% of the population, and more than 90% of the schools do not have access to basic internet? Now, when you go out to private schools that we usually think are doing, now when you stuff as well. Hello. Yes. Thank you. So when you go out to in schools today, the people who are in schools today probably know much more than their teachers in terms of access to technology, because most of our teachers have refused to develop, they have refused to grow. And then you have a situation where students are going to be teaching the teachers how to use some of these tablets and all of that. So I think we've gone beyond the situation where we are asking, should we introduce technology into schools? I'm thinking that this is the time. I think maybe Mr. Mahmoud and Mr. Akon can, speak to this. why have we not forced the hand of education to be core tech-based, core digital-based, to the point where, you know, we are not left behind? I see that in all of the things that we do, when you look at education infrastructure, it's just we want to build and we want to do more classrooms. Those things are great, and they can actually help us in terms of bringing in people into school. But how do we retain them? How do we ensure that education is immersive for them? And how is it that we are still talking about a situation where the simple, most basic need of the 21st century, which is the internet, is not a core infrastructural need in Nigeria of today?
Thank you very much for that question. One, for our information, is not that teachers are not being trained. I earlier told us that I was involved in training of teachers. That was about 5 years ago through the Teachers Training Council in Abuja. They got us to train thousands of teachers. But it was in person, so it's quite expensive. So they have to partition them into 6 regions of the country. So we had one in Kano, one in Jigawa, one in Enugu, and the rest of them. So not all of them can participate. Probably we were able to do less than 2% of the total teachers' population. But from this meeting today, one of the things we put forward is that continuous improvement, and that training was on IT. They wanted us to give them IT skills, Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and all those stuff, which we did. But less than 1% of the teachers' population across the country. So what I think the Teachers Training Council in Abuja can do is to actually scale up and get some of these things to be done online. But I can equally understand their fear, because even when we're in classroom and when they ask them to do, some of them have never seen mouse before. So when they ask them to use mouse, some of them just put the mouse in front of the screen of the computer, thinking that it's going to connect to the computer, but it's not going to connect to the computer that way. So probably that's one of the reasons why they feel that it has to be in person. So to that extent, I think we may still have to do it hybrid. Hybrid in the sense that those we can take online, we take them online. Those we can have it in person, we have it in person. The second point on that line is that we don't have a appraisal system for the teachers. And that's why the question you asked still exists up till now. Why is it that the adoption from teachers is not being very commonplace? Why? Because teachers, whatever the result of your student, and regardless of your skill, all of you are going to be promoted at the same time, just the same way they do in government organizations. So if you enter the same year, maybe the next promotion is 4 years' time, all of you are going to get promoted. But for this to happen, the digital skill must be part of the appraisal system for the school teachers. That in a year, if you don't get to this level of a digital skill, there will be no promotion for you. So when we attach reward system to IT, I think from that year, from that day as a nation, the teachers will continue to take it serious. And finally, on the teachers, we also must realize that they are human beings like us. When I relate with them, they push it back to me that I know that they also have children and they want their children to have the best of life. So the teachers are poorly paid in Nigeria, whether in public school or government school, compared with what obtains in the US. So in US or UK or Europe, you don't see yourself as being disadvantaged because you're a teacher. But in Nigeria, they see themselves as being disadvantaged. A professor in my school in Ife, he sent me his payslip during that strike. It was only 300,000 naira. And we left school at the same time, about 2 years ago. So when I was working in corporate organization, maybe from the 3rd year, I was earning that 300,000. Let's say about 22 years ago. So, but that's what the professor is earning in Nigeria. And he pushes to me that, Tim, don't you realize that I also have children that need good food, good clothing. This among governments is paying me. How can I meet my needs? So when the teachers can meet their basic needs, all the things we are also saying here today, it's not going to achieve much. So we've got to step up their income from primary school to secondary school. In my own school, where I went to primary school, when I got to know about 4 years ago, they don't have teachers because once the teachers retire, government is not replacing them. This is public school. And as at that time, they have 800 students in school. They are just going there, they sing, they clap, they sleep, and they go. I took it upon myself that I'll be paying teachers to go and teach them. But when I told them the salary I want to pay, they said, no, you cannot pay that. That's too much. So here, 20,000 naira is enough for a teacher. But these people also went to university. So how can you give somebody 20,000 naira to go and teach, regardless of where he lives? That money is nothing. So I have to step it up to a level I can cope with. But that's just one out of 774 local government. My own local government is just one. I know there will be hundreds of other local governments. If all of you check where the school you went in primary school, that the teachers who have retired, government has not replaced them in the last 10 years. But students are going to school and they are going to write exam at the end of the day. So it's a complex situation we find ourselves as a nation, but how do you eat elephant? You eat it piecemeal, and I will end finally by what Stanbic Bank says. It can be all the things we've said here today, according to Stanbic IBTC. It can be. It just requires each of us leaving this room with a new mindset that we can actually make a difference. I pay the school teachers in my own village, so each of us can actually make a difference so that the education I have that took me all over the world, 1, 2, 10 people also in that village can equally have the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would quickly like to bring this to Mr. Mohammed. I think you want to contribute.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to also correct an impression by the question about infrastructure. In leading the issue, infrastructure means different things to different sectors. So the internet is infrastructure, but when you talk about infrastructure in terms of, for instance, a school, it could just mean the network infrastructure that provides a local area network. Now, the overemphasis on the internet sometimes causes a lot more problems in an economy like Nigeria's. There are over 200 million people. When you compare this to South Korea, for instance, where there are, 58 million people, Finland that you're talking about, where there's much less than that, again, you have to think about the size of the problem for Nigeria, besides that of just numbers and money. So some of the solutions, Tim and Shaye have spoken on solutions to this. Some of the solutions to the issue of internet access is not really about constant internet access. It is about providing content. So, for instance, all of the modeling that we've done, NLP, Inspire, and Ignite, are looking at offline provision of both the platform and the content. So now, what you're teaching a child, the video you're using, the simulations you're using, you don't go online to provide this. You go to the local server and provide this, and the teaching is the same. Now, I'm not downplaying the need for the internet, but I'm saying that as a solution, Nigeria can do better in terms of using the resources we have by finding simpler solutions. Now, all of the nations we usually zoom off to look for these examples are countries that have passed this stage. Now, since we're trying to get there, we have to look at the piecemeal approach. I like the elephant example by Tim, and also the more sustainable approach. So that, for instance, all of the projects I've mentioned are doing solar for power. They're not relying on the power grid. They're doing solar, they're doing all sorts of device power management solutions. The NLP, for instance, the devices that are being distributed or will be distributed, we have to look at the specification very carefully. So that we're not looking at a high-end Galaxy tablets, for instance, to say, okay, look, we have to have the very best, and then you find you cannot sustain these models. No, you have to find a sustainable model when you talk about either infrastructure or devices. Lastly, we do talk a lot about certification and exams in Nigeria, because unfortunately our education has come from a fairly colonial outtake where examination was the thing. You pass an exam, then you're good for it. So there's an overemphasis also on acquiring degrees and not skills. So we have to turn around and go for skills. This has been said over and over again, but we have to also realize standardization comes mainly from government regulation and policy. And these things take a lot of time. I'll give you a quick example. If you're doing curriculum review and updates and everything, it takes an average of 5 years to finalize. So because you have to take a lot of stakeholders across the nation, you have to hear a lot of views, and you have to be careful about the changes you're bringing, that it's carefully done and not rushed, because you're trying to decide on somebody's learning outcomes. Finally, teachers also, the commenter mentioned that teachers are not really prepared to change. I agree with Tim on this. It's not true. They are really ready to change. You give them the opportunity, you give them access, and you'd see wonders. Yes, they all have kids like us, so I do not see how they will not care. Thank you very much.
That for just 15 minutes. Please bear with us so that we can manage the time. And then we will take students' innovative tech innovation. All right. And then we'll have our next couple of panel discussions. I want to appeal to you, don't go. I also want to appeal to our online audience. Currently, we have 172 participants online. And then we are linked also to 100 viewing centers currently. So that's why our break cannot be too long. We don't want to we want to encourage all our participants, wherever you are, please get a refreshment, drink water, and we'll continue in 15 minutes. If we just go out there, we'll have some refreshments for everyone, and then we will continue with the next panel discussions. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to Yomo, a web-based platform which enables youth to build and transform their future by unlocking their hidden potential. Youth are able to complete tasks, challenges, and courses that will unlock skills and are able to add them to their digital CV on Yomo. Yomo aims to support youth development by promoting educational courses published online by businesses or partners. Create and develop an ecosystem for social impact, provides a sustainable rewards model for youth through challenges and skills completed through the Yomo platform. We allow our users to create and build a digital CV which will assist them in finding job opportunities. Yomo also rewards the growth of young people with issued certificates which is verified using blockchain technology, endorsement for skills and experience on your digital CV. Digital rewards that you earn on Yomo can be redeemed and spent in our marketplace for data, airtime, online courses, mentorship sessions, and many more. To unlock your potential, visit yomo.africa today. Hello and welcome to Yomo, a web-based platform which enables youth to build and transform their future by unlocking their hidden potential. Youth are able to complete tasks, challenges, and courses that will unlock skills and are able to add them to their digital CV on Yomo. Yomo aims to support youth development by promoting educational courses published online by businesses or partners. Create and develop an ecosystem for social impact, provides a sustainable rewards model for youth through challenges and skills completed through the Yomo platform. We allow our users to create and build a digital CV which will assist them in finding job opportunities. Yomo also rewards the growth of young people with issued certificates which is verified using blockchain technology, endorsement for skills and experience on your digital CV. Digital rewards that you earn on Yomo can be redeemed and spent in our marketplace for data, airtime, online courses, mentorship sessions, and many more. To unlock your potential, visit yomo.africa today.
Get an edge when preparing for exams. Download the Exam Paddy app to help you practice for your final exams. By downloading the Exam Paddy app, you will be able to take CBT exams, You can practice for Junior WAEC, Senior WAEC, NACO, JAMB, SAT, and Common Entrance. The app is specially designed for primary school students, junior secondary school students, and senior secondary school students. Using the mobile app, a student will be able to learn from Nigerian curriculum-based materials and the best quality tutorial videos. Choose from hundreds of lesson videos and exam paddy. Sign up now and join the future of learning. Check out our website exampaddy.ng and download the mobile app version from Google Play Store. Exam Paddy. Exams just got easier.
Stanbic IBTC. Set I want 909. Artist Wallet. Gigi. Stanbic IBTC. 909. Whoa, it can be. When you use 909. Gigi. Send money via 909. Buy airtime via 909. Sub data via 909. Pay bills via 909. That's the 909 ash. Money miss fraud and no cash. How you go do birthday bash? That's the 909 ash. 909 is the gang code. Dial up now with all phones. Run that deal with the swift flow. Make you bust my brain with the whole show. Just try am now if you don't know. No darling for the gang code. Stanbic IBTC finish work code. Use Artist Wallet if you want code. Set I want gang. 909 gang. Pay bills gang. Account opening gang. Set I want loan approved gang. Send me your account number gang. Credit alert gang. Gang. Star 909 ash is your new code. One before ash if you want code. Sake of the super app, no app. You've got code but you're not gang. In fact we are all gang. Gang where they use sharp code. Gang where they move. Gang where they send moolah. Gang where sort be last. This gang is your short code. Dial star 909 hash to join the gang today.
Get an edge when preparing for exams. Download the Exam Paddy app to help you practice for your final exams. By downloading the Exam Paddy app, you will be able to take CBT exams. You can practice for Junior WAEC, Senior WAEC, NACO, JAMB, SAT, and Common Entrance. The app is specially designed for primary school students, junior secondary school students, and senior secondary school students. Using the mobile app, a student will be able to learn from Nigerian curriculum-based materials and the best quality tutorial videos. Choose from hundreds of lesson videos and exam paddy. Sign up now and join the future of learning. Check out our website exampaddy.ng and download the mobile app version from Google Play Store. Exam Paddy. Exams just got easier.
Welcome to Yomo, a web-based platform which enables youth to build and transform their future by unlocking their hidden potential. Youth are able to complete tasks, challenges, and courses that will unlock skills and are able to add them to their digital CV on Yomo. Yomo aims to support youth development by promoting educational courses published online by businesses or partners. Create and develop an ecosystem for social impact. Provides a sustainable rewards model for youth through challenges and skills completed through the Yomo platform. We allow our users to create and build a digital CV which will assist them in finding job opportunities. Yomo also rewards the growth of young people with issued certificates which is verified using blockchain technology. Endorsement for skills and experience on your digital CV. Digital rewards that you earn on Yomo can be redeemed and spent in our marketplace for data, airtime, online courses, mentorship sessions, and many more. To unlock your potential, visit yomo.africa today.
Set I want Stanbic IBTC. Set I want 909. I want Artist Wallet. Gigi. Stanbic IBTC. 909. Whoa, it can be. When you use 909. Gigi. Send money via 909. Buy airtime via 909. Sub data via 909. Pay bills via 909. That's the 909 ash. Money miss fraud and no cash. How you go do better? where they bash. That's the 909 hash. 909 is the gang code. Dial am now with all phones. Run that deal with the swift flow. Make you bust my brain with the whole show. Just try am now if you don't know. No darling for the gang code. Stanbic IBTC finish work code. Use Artist wallet if you want code. Set I want gang. 909 gang. Pay bills gang. Account opening gang. Set I want loan approved gang. Send me your account number gang. Credit alert gang. Gang. Star 909 hash is your new code. One before hash if you want code. Sake of the super app, no app. You've got code but you're not gang. In fact we are all gang. Gang with the use sharp code. Gang with the move. Gang with the same moolah. Gang with sword be last. This gang is your short code. Dial star 909 hash to join the gang today.
Get an edge when preparing for exams. Download the Exam Paddy app to help you practice for your final exams. By downloading the Exam Paddy app, you will be able to take CBT exams. You can practice for Junior WAEC, Senior WAEC, NACO, JAMB, SAT, and Common Entrance. The app is specially designed for primary school students, junior secondary school students, and senior secondary school students. Using the mobile app, a student will be able to learn from Nigerian curriculum-based materials and the best quality tutorial videos. Choose from hundreds of lesson videos and Exam Paddy. Sign up now and join the future of learning. Check out our website exampaddy.ng and download the mobile app version from Google Play Store. Exam Paddy. Exams just got easier.
Hello and welcome to Yomo, a web-based platform which enables youth to build and transform their future by unlocking their hidden potential. Youth are able to complete tasks, challenges, and courses that will unlock skills and are able to add them to their digital CV on Yomo. Yomo aims to support youth development by promoting educational courses published online by businesses or partners. Create and develop an ecosystem for social impact, provides a sustainable rewards model for youth through challenges and skills completed through the Yomo platform. We allow our users to create and build a digital CV which will assist them in finding job opportunities. Yomo also rewards the growth of young people with issued certificates which is verified using blockchain technology, endorsement for skills and experience on your digital CV. Digital rewards that you earn on Yomo can be redeemed and spent in our marketplace for data, airtime, online courses, mentorship sessions, and many more. To unlock your potential, visit yomo.africa today. Hello and welcome to Yomo, a web-based platform which enables youth to build and transform their future by unlocking their hidden potential. Youth are able to complete tasks, challenges, and courses that will unlock skills and are able to add them to their digital CV on Yomo. Yomo aims to support youth development by promoting educational courses published online by businesses or partners. Create and develop an ecosystem for social impact, provides a sustainable rewards model for youth through challenges and skills completed through the Yomo platform. We allow our users to create and build a digital CV which will assist them in finding job opportunities. Yomo also rewards the growth of young people with issued certificates which is verified using blockchain technology, endorsement for skills and experience on your digital CV. Digital rewards that you earn on Yomo can be redeemed and spent in our marketplace for data, airtime, online courses, mentorship sessions, and many more. To unlock your potential, visit yomo.africa today.
Get an edge when preparing for exams. Download the Exam Paddy app to help you practice for your final exams. By downloading the Exam Paddy app, you will be able to take CBT exams. You can practice for Junior WAEC, Senior WAEC, NACO, JAMB, SAT, and Common Entrance. The app is specially designed for primary school students, junior secondary school students, and senior secondary school students. Using the mobile app, a student will be able to learn from Nigerian curriculum-based materials and the best quality tutorial videos. Choose from hundreds of lesson videos and Exam Paddy. Sign up now and join the future of learning. Check out our website exampaddy.ng and download the mobile app version from Google Play Store. Exam Paddy. Exams just got easier.
Stanbic IBTC. 909. Artist Wallet. Gigi. Stanbic IBTC. 909. Whoa, it can be. When you use 909. Gigi. Send money via 909. Buy airtime via 909. Sub data via 909. Pay bills via 909. That's the 909 ash. Money miss road and no cash. How you go do birthday bash? That's the 909 ash. 909 is the gang code. Dial am now with all phones. Run that deal with the swift flow. Make you bust my brain with the whole show. Just try am now if you don't know. No darling for the gang code. Stanbic IBTC finish work code. Use Artist Wallet if you want code. Set I want gang. 909 gang. Pay bills gang. Account opening gang. Set I want loan approved gang. Send me your account number gang. Credit alert gang. Gang. Star 909 ash is your new code. One before ash if you want code. Sake of the super app, no app. You've got code but you're not gang. In fact we are all gang. Gang where they use sharp code. Gang where they move. Gang where they send moolah. Gang where sword be last. This gang is your short code. Dial star 909 hash to join the gang today.
Check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check. Check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Please, let's get settled down. I want to ask the students of Queen's College to get ready for their presentation. Please, let's settle down. In another 3 minutes, we will get started. I also want the students of King's College to also get ready. I hope the students are ready. Are you guys ready? We also want to appreciate our online audience, our online participants. Thank you for your patience. In less than 2 minutes, we will be starting. Okay, let's all settle down now. Okay, it's just about a minute to go. Can I invite the students of Queen's College to come up, take the next few seconds to set yourself up, and then you can showcase your innovation. Please, let's appreciate them as they come forward. Please come forward quickly.
According to a Harvard Medical School study in the year 2015, people spend 121 minutes for every visit to the doctor. This amount of time at this rate is going to increase by the year 2050. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Baba Miracle, and standing with me today are
Adenike, Precious, Golden, and Moe.
Okay, let us face it. The current healthcare infrastructure in most countries simply isn't equipped to handle large volumes of patients. And as tempting as it is to believe that increasing the number of doctors will change things, the queuing problem in hospitals is more complex than that. People queuing up in hospitals for different body vital checks is one of the major problems facing the healthcare today, which could in turn lead to the death of a patient if he or she is not timely attended to. Okay, let's get one thing straight. Before treatment can be administered to a patient, body vital checks are a must. Let me give you an instance. I, as a business associate, have a doctor's appointment today. And immediately after my doctor's appointment, I have a business meeting. On getting to the hospital, I discover a large crowd of people. What a sad occurrence that I have to miss my business meeting just so I can get a seat with the doctor. This problem has been caused for us, the Team Cosmos, to band together to create a solution called, Nika, if you would do the honors.
The Automediate. Our product, the Automediate, is a device which makes use of the micro-electromechanical technology. What is the use of our product? Our product, Automediate, is used to check the body vitals all at once. It's also used to record and display 5 of the major body vitals checked by the hospital. After all vitals have been checked, the information will be collated and displayed on the device. The user can then decide to send, save, or delete the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Nike. I'll be talking about how our product works. The patient will stand on top of the machine and straps his feet with the elastic foot strap that will be provided, and also cuff one of his knee with the ankle cuff. There is also a footprint which contains temperature sensor and strain gauge sensor directly placed underneath it to measure temperature and weight respectively. The imaging ray is used to measure the height of the individual and is also displays the output from the vitals that are recorded.
After all the vitals have been measured, the data will be sent to the brain box, which will be contained in the computed tomography with all other hardware.
Benefits of the automediate. The automediate is an accurate source of data. The automediate delivers fast and quick information. The automediate displays information which is understandable to both the patient and the doctor alike. Our product introduces technology into our everyday lives. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be factual here. We all know that our world is evolving fast and technology is the future.
In conclusion, the automediate is a digital device created by the Team Cosmos, which uses micro electromechanical systems. Our product helps to eliminate all forms of time mismanagement in healthcare centers and helps both medical practitioners and patients to save time Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. We are Team Vision and we are representative from Queen's College. My name is Omali Ojochenemi. I'm presenting with me are
Chamaka,
Gift,
Temi, Antonia.
According to the World Health Organization, there are at least 2.2 billion people who suffer from all sorts of visual impairments. And this number is expected to increase by 2050. As visual impairment is on the rise in this colorful world of ours, we have designed a technological solution to help impact all visual abilities to be impaired. We believe that the environmental navigation experience of those with perfect eyesight should be no different of those who suffer from visual challenges. For example, in Queen's College, there's a small number of students called special students. These students are considered special for one reason and one reason alone. And this reason being that they suffer from either partial or total visual impairments. And it is truly disheartening to see them navigate their way and get injured. They collide with obstacles, trip and fall in the process of trying to navigate and get accustomed to their environment. They sustain injuries, and it is truly disheartening to witness such. This is why we have developed an app that provides a solution to this heart-wrenching problem, an app which we named Identify.
Our mobile app is an app is designed for the visually impaired, using artificial intelligence features such as text to speech. It also has the ability for them to detect objects around their surroundings, like staircase, flower pots, and so on, using intelligence through the camera. Our app also helps them to visualize their family members and friends by telling them how they look like, their skin color, their complexion, their height, and so on. Here is a prototype of how our apps look like.
Identify is an app that helps those who are visually impaired navigate their environment. It uses artificial intelligence to identify objects in the environment. Our app, Identify, has 3 features. The first feature of Identify is it uses a text-to-speech feature to identify signs, symbols, like logos, flower verses, and so on and so forth. Identify also tells those who are visually impaired the calculated amount of steps to take to avoid colliding with certain obstacles. What I mean by this is the special students in our school, because sometimes I observe that while walking, they calculate the amount of steps so that they will not hit their head on one thing or the other. So this app will help them to calculate the amount of steps. And if they are too fast or too slow and they've not gotten to their destination, the app can tell them, it has this feature of telling them that, okay, you walked too slow, take 2 steps more.
The last feature of this app is the human identification feature. This feature uses artificial intelligence to scan and describe the external features of a person. People suffering from visual impairments would really love to see how their loved ones look. So this app enables them to be able to have the knowledge to imagine how their loved ones look.
Our app, Identify, is of utmost importance as it is an app that will stand the test of time as the whole world is globally digital. The interface of Identify is cluster-free for easy navigation, and every text is converted to speech for better accessibility. We believe that this app will bring a positive impact on the lives of those living with visual impairments. In our short time,
we will build the app, bring it into Play Store, and create awareness for the public. Our midterm goal is to create about 20 million downloads to create awareness for Google application. Our long-term goal is to be globally known and add more features to the app. Thank you. Once again, we are Team Vision.
Please, can we give the students a big round of applause? Interestingly, when Mr. Tim Akano, who spoke about the skills of the future. And already, I think the students of QC are already in the future. You're already exhibiting the skills required for the future. Another big round of applause for them. Excellent, excellent innovation. Thank you so much. Okay, we will go on to the next panel discussion. Never mind, we have decided to shorten the timing for the panel discussion so that we can close on time. We don't want to keep both you and our online viewers here for too long. So the next panel discussion will focus on corporate school adoption as a panacea to challenges of out-of-school children. I'd like to invite to moderate this session Mrs. Janet Adetu, who is the Vice Chairman of our Learning, Education and Training Group in MBCC. Ms. Adetu, please come forward. A big round of applause for her, please.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, thank you so much. Once again, I am Janet Adetu. I am the Vice Chairman for the Learning, Education and Training Group for MBCC. Once again, thank you all for being here and thank you for your patience. Those that are here physically and those that are also online, we really appreciate your patience. And I must also reiterate that Queen's College girls, well done for really embracing technology and artificial intelligence. In fact, I wish you had a sample here for us to see, but it really does look good, both products, so well done. Oh, you have it here? Oh, okay. All right, so without wasting time, all protocols observed once again, I would like to call on my speakers for this panel 3 session, corporate school adoption as a panacea to challenges out of school children. And I have with me Mrs. Adekonla Adegoke. She's the head Owando Foundation. She's here represented by Mr. Izuna Anegbu. He is the programs officer for Owando Foundation. Please let us give him a round of applause. Also, as one of the speakers for this panel, we have Mr. Isaac Olawale Joseph. He is a certified Microsoft Innovative Educator from the University of Ibadan. Thank you so much for coming. All right, okay. Corporate school adoption. Interesting. Just to give it some context, I would like to just tell us what really is the meaning of school adoption. Now, when we're talking about corporate school adoption, it actually refers to a partnership between a school and an external entity, such as a business organization, a church, different communities. The focus really of that partnership is to identify and solve problems which are affecting the quality of education and which the school and the government itself are not in a position to remedy without external assistance. So the whole idea really is for them to provide an opportunity for community-based organizations to really become actively involved in increasing and sustaining the quality of education. So that's what it's really all about. And we're talking about it, relating it to challenges of out-of-school children. And so I'd like to just refer my questions to our speakers right now. This question actually is for both of you. And, we'll just be brief about our answers. We're just speaking to now. Great initiative, as we have said. So I'll speak to Mr. Isaac first. And it is, what led your organization to get involved with this Adopt a School initiative?
All right, thank you very much. So I'm basically going to start with a story, a background story. And I'm from a small city called Imesile in Osun State. And I remembered sometimes in 2017, I was working on my master's project. And I needed a population sample to work with. So I decided to go back to my local government, that's Obokun local government in Osun State, to ascertain the level of education, in that area. And while administering my questionnaires, around different schools, I noticed that in some schools you find, good buildings, but no teachers. While in some other schools you find teachers, but there are no buildings. And in some cases you find no good building and no teachers at all. So I felt something needed to be done. We can't allow our children, we can't fail our children. We have to do something about it. And something struck me, in one of my outings, while going around the schools. I went to a particular public school, a public primary school. I met just a teacher there. Now, this woman was the headmistress, and she was also the only teacher in the whole school. She was taking, they call it nursery 1 to primary 6 by herself. Now, this is a public school. She was the headmistress. She was also the teacher for all the classes. So anytime she probably has to attend a meeting, maybe in the neighboring town, or maybe she's feeling unwell, she declares public holiday for the children. Now, this is a true life story. She just declared public holiday, and that's it. So when I saw this, I was like, how are you coping, ma? So I decided to, attend one of our class sessions. And I got to her classroom. I saw that, she packs all the children in the same classroom. Then I divide lines, she divide the board according to the classes. You have nursery 1 here, nursery 2 on the same board. So while she's taking nursery 1, every other student is looking. Those in primary are looking. She goes to nursery 2, like that, like that, like that. That's the way she teaches them. Now I felt like, no, this is wrong. We have to do something. Then I have a foundation, Isaac Joseph Fagbemi Foundation. Then I decided to, okay, let's see what we can do about this. I adopted the school. I, employ a couple of teachers. I, bought some textbooks for these children as well. And I also reached out to friends and colleagues, like, let's do something about all of these children. And that's how the journey started.
Thank you so much. Wow, what a powerful story. And it is so disheartening, actually, to see so many communities experiencing where either the children are not in school because they don't have the facilities, they don't have the infrastructure, or the buildings exist, but they're almost dilapidated. The children are there, no teachers to teach them, no equipment, no teaching materials, nothing. It's really so sad. Thank you so much for sharing that story. Mr. Ezuna, please, I must say, Owando Foundation is doing great in this area, and we really want to appreciate your organization for this. What actually led Owando to take part in this Adopt a School initiative?
Okay, thank you very much. Owando PLC. So this initiative actually started with the greater business, Owando PLC. So it started with setting up, so where the business, where we have assets. So we decided, Owando as a business decided to do something for that community. And when you check the 3 areas of well-being, priority areas of well-being, you look at physical well-being, you look at mental well-being, and then you consider emotional well-being. So after people have, after you've managed to stay alive, what next? You need to be productive. You need to contribute to the society meaningfully. So how do you do that? Mental well-being. You need to develop people mentally. So that led to the focus on looking at education. So then it's, just started as a way of, just a functional way of creating that access to primary education, basic education, essentially. And then infrastructure development mainly was the focus at the time. But then the business had to look at it that the issue of education had to be approached in a holistic manner. So when you improve infrastructure, some of the outcomes or the results that you're going to get would be things like enrollment. Student enrollment would increase. Maybe retention, you have more people in school, completing the classroom. But what about improvement in learning? So that was, when the foundation, Owando Foundation, was now constituted in 2011, and to take it further, because this is a multifaceted approach. So we now began to look at other aspects that actually improves learning, such as teacher trainings, running, strengthening the local authorities, the SBMCs, providing age-appropriate instructional aids. So that led the foundation now had to take it further to look at this issue of improving learning outcomes at the basic level.
Okay, thank you so much for that. All right, so while you're still there with the mic, I wanted to just ask you, you said since 2011 that you've gotten involved with this initiative of adopting a school, which I think is really great. Can you just tell us, for those that are not too familiar with the whole idea of adopting a school, what exactly is your role or the role of an organization, a corporate organization, when it comes to them having chosen a school? What is their real role? So it's not just we have adopted this school. We want to know what exactly you do.
Okay. For you to be able to measure impact, you need to know where you are coming from. What is the point of departure? So we went ahead to do needs assessment to ascertain what are the gaps, essentially. And that was even starting from the group level. That was what really led to to putting together the Owando Foundation. So what are the skill gaps? What are the areas that require urgent intervention? So once we identified these areas that we needed to really do something about, then we engage. Who are the stakeholders? From the previous conversations we've had, government, but then what about the community level? There are people there that their major job or part of their major responsibility is to monitor, is to administer, is to strengthen the school system so that the entire school ecosystem, the teachers, everybody is on their toes to ensure that what we need to achieve is actually achieved. So identifying the need and then being at the forefront of the engagement and implementation. I've actually also heard about execution in this place. Execution, and then be able to measure at every point in time how much progress are we making.
Thank you so much for that. Please give him a round of applause. Please, let's appreciate him. All right, Isaac, you noticed that the school that was in your community had just one teacher, the head teacher, who was literally taking the entire school. And you also explained the process with which everyone was in one class and they were all divided. I can't imagine how those children were learning, But now that you have intervened, you've set up a foundation, you've also got people to assist. What can you say have been the benefits today of you adopting that school?
Okay, thank you very much. I think one of the major benefits, from adopting a school is, first, it gives a level playing ground for children to have quality education. Now, for instance, if Stanbic IBTC is adopting a particular school, Abiola from family A and probably Eunice from family B gets to, they get to have, quality education under the same school. And that's because Stanbic IBTC is actually paying their fees, So it provides a kind of level playing ground. So nobody is staying at home because they don't have fees to pay, because the fees have already recovered. So that's a major benefit. Now, another benefit is that it eases pressure on the government. Now, we all know that the basic, one of the major functions of the government is to provide, free education, at least at the basic level. But it's quite the opposite. But then we can't just fold our hands and just watch things, go astray. So we just have to step in. So when you step in, or when you adopt a school, it helps to ease the pressure on governments, at least the lapses could be a bit covered as well. Then I think one other thing is it helps to improve, school programs and curricula. If you adopt a school and, you initiate programs that can actually help the children, that can actually help the teachers, you tend to boost their curricula, you tend to boost, complement the efforts of the teachers as well. Then I think one major goal, at least for corporate organizations, one major benefit they get is, the PR. They have good PR, good public review, fantastic, public image. Everybody wants to commend you. Everybody's saying, oh, you are doing fantastic. Oh, you did well, for adopting a particular school. So the good PR they get. And I think finally, too, if you adopt a school, you get to have a perfect knowledge of the community school system. When you adopt a school, you know what works there. You know what is not working. You know how you can actually help. You know what to do. It gives you a proper knowledge of what the children are facing as well. Then you can help to provide solutions to some of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. Please give him a round of applause. We've been seeing so many things. COVID, can be said to have caused a lot of students, children to be out of school, and so many issues, the economic situation that we are finding ourselves in. So apart from the schools themselves being not so adequate, lots of young children, we heard at the beginning, there was a statistic about how many are out of school. I see people like your own organizations. Now I'm speaking to Mr. Izuna now, that want to come to the aid of these children that are out of school, to really put them in school. There are issues with making sure that when they're in school, they stay in school, right? They enjoy school, they enroll for school. But with organizations that are trying to come forward to adopt a school, what do you see as the challenges that they are facing today, just because they're trying to help?
Okay, so we look at the issue of accessibility. So essentially, most of the schools that require very urgent attention, every school in Nigeria really needs attention, but then we have those that are in dire need of intervention. You find out that they are in far-reaching remote areas. So that issue of being able to constantly, gain access to those areas is a very major challenge. And that is why you look at it is really important that we strengthen the community systems, the community organizations that monitor the school, the SBMCs. And that is really actually part of the areas that Owando Foundation, focused on to strengthen that particular area, because after we have done XYZ intervention in a particular school, we are not there physically with them. What happens after we've left? So looking at those community-based approach to, monitoring to administration helps to ensure that, to ensure sustainability of these interventions. And then we also look at the problem of insecurity, which is really happening around, all over the country now. Insecurity is a major issue. There are so many good ideas or good intentions that never really were executed, because you can't really go and lose your life because you want to help. So insecurity is also a major issue. And then when you look at the role of government is really doing a lot. But then you can't, there is really an extent to which you can make progress if you don't have government backing. So some of the bottlenecks that you meet when you are trying to get, buying, when you're trying to get access, endorsement and stuff, it could lead to fatigue. By the time you go over a process like 10 times, you say, okay, let me just leave it. So that is also an issue when it comes to speed to market. We really need to intervene urgently, and then there's a long drawn out process, and then you just leave it and move on. So these are some of the challenges that the education, just being able to effectively deliver interventions in adopted schools. These are some of the issues.
Yes, I can imagine. Yes, some are really far out. So access the road, sometimes the geographical location, swampy areas, and like you rightly said as well, security is another major area where, yes, indeed, it may be a challenge. And yes, you mentioned that government intervention, government backing is true, but nothing comes easy. There's a lot of protocol that is involved, and you can get quite fatigued by that. Mr. Isaac, can you share with us as well any of the challenges that you may be facing, or that you think as somebody who has adopted a school has already faced? So maybe these are things that we may take note of so that they are areas that need to be addressed.
Okay, basically, I think one major challenge that could be faced is the issue of monitoring and evaluation. It's easy for you to just adopt a school if you have the resources. You could just walk to any school, ask for their basic needs, provide it, and just leave. But how are you sure that what you give to them is properly used? How are you sure of the effectiveness of, whatever input you've made in that school? So I think many corporate bodies, they just adopt a school, they just finance, put in resources, but then the monitoring and evaluation, there has to be a team on ground to actually check, regular checkup, just to see, what is actually happening in this school? Are they actually making use of the resources we give to them? The teachers we employed in these schools, are they actually working? But, the thing is, most corporate bodies, let me say, probably not all, but many are just for show off. We did this, we did that, list it as part of the achievement.
Like a CSR,
exactly.
Put it down on document it that they have done this, yes.
Exactly, And to me, I don't see that as school adoption. I see that as educational banditry. I call them educational bandits because you are just abducting. You are not actually, adopting the school.
Yes.
So I think that's a major challenge.
Yeah, because it takes a lot to adopt schools, not just to put money down. You want to ensure that they get in kind. So books, stationery, the right teachers, and have a proper curriculum. All right, thank you so much. While you still have the mic there, there are so many issues, economic issues, and the situations that we are finding today. But as it is, the government still needs help, because we have found out that the government can't do everything in spite of how much they have spent, they still need assistance. We've been hearing all day today how, the importance of technology and artificial intelligence is now the way to go. And so they need companies to come forward to assist. What do you think the government can do to encourage more corporate organizations to adopt this initiative, adopt a school?
This question is actually a very tricky one. Okay, let me just give a background. Currently, we have about 244 million children out of school between the age of 6 to 18 years. And in Nigeria, we have about 10.5 to about 30.5 million children out of school in Nigeria. And currently in the world, Nigeria is up there with India and Pakistan, with the countries that have the highest number of out-of-school children in the world. Now, that's terrible. That's a terrible statistics.
Absolutely.
So, for the government to make Adopt a School initiative attractive, it's more or less like enabling, their ineffectiveness. Because, for instance, let me give you a scenario. I have a child. I can't probably take care of my child. Then, somebody comes, to adopt my child and take care of my child for me. It simply means I don't have the resources to do it. I don't have what it takes to take care of my child. Now, the government, like we said earlier, they are meant to finance basic education, but they are not doing so. Now you want corporate bodies to come, you want it to be attractive to them. Then what you need to do is just to make the old education system not attractive. Don't do anything. So when they go to the school, oh, there's no building, then they will build, because if the government is actually working, we might not actually be talking about, adopt a school initiative. That's if the necessary infrastructures are provided, if teachers are employed, if textbooks are given to students, then what corporate bodies might just do, oh, let's complement the efforts of the government. For instance, in my hometown, we have a body, the National Association of my hometown, we call it a Mesele Progressive Association. Many of our schools in my hometown are run through charity. They're basically charity schools. The IPA, the hometown association, they employ teachers, we pay, the teachers, we build schools, we do a whole lot. The government is practically doing nothing. So for the government to make, adopt a school initiative attractive is like telling them to not do anything. So that when corporate bodies come and say, oh, you've not done anything, okay, let's do it for you. But I think what they can actually do, since they can't do their job, what they should do is to commend those helping them to do it. So basically, I don't think they have to make it attractive, but then they have to hold up to their responsibility that, yes, we are not doing fine. Thank you for assisting us because we are not doing our jobs, and probably commend, those organizations. That would be a good PR too for the organizations.
All right, thank you so much for that. It's not easy. There are some areas where indeed the government are trying their best, but where you just mentioned, over 200 million, even just in Nigeria alone, not to talk of Africa. See how many millions of children are out of school. It's really sad. And we really want these children to get back into school because they are the future of tomorrow, right? And we don't know where the next president is coming from. Could come from any village, right? But I want to ask again thank you so much for that. Mr. Izuna, you said since 2011 you've been engaged with this Adopt a School initiative. How have you been able to sustain, this project?
Okay, so partnership, because the problem that we have in the education sector is more like what we call wicked problem, like it's very large scale. So partnerships we've partnered with so many, not just government. Government creates the enabling environment to move, but then we partnered with a lot of organizations. We formed within our own circle that community of practice where we share ideas, where we extract data that informs some of the interventions that we've rolled out. So you find that in some of the schools we didn't really essentially renovate the classrooms, but we did other things. We had working centers, for instance, like the speed schools for out-of-school children. So when we mobilize out-of-school children, how do we integrate them into the regular academic environment? So because they've been out of school for a while, you don't just merge them and then they'll be lagging behind. So we set up working centers in some of these schools. So just an informal schooling that introduces foundational literacy and numeracy to this. So that partnership has really enabled us to scale our interventions. We were able to get data. We were able to even get support. People that have their strengths in some aspect of the interventions that we were looking at going into, provided that advice, not just even mental advice, technical advice, provided us instructional aids, visual aids. Those that had the technology already were able to deploy it in some of these schools. So public-private partnership and then private-private partnership also enabled us to scale.
Fantastic. Yes, absolutely. It is a big issue. And it's not just because there's so many children out there. When the school has been erected and established, maintaining that school is another big problem. From the materials that they're going to use to even feeding. Some schools is an issue of how to feed that child. And I've seen situations where a 14-year-old is just going to school for the first time, and it's really sad. I want to ask another question here. Right now, what level are you catering for regarding Adopt a School?
Okay, the basic level, essentially nursery, primary, and secondary to some point. So we have the ECCD intervention where we remodeled what we call the nursery classes, provided age-appropriate furniture for them, provided instructional aids where we don't need children at that level to be studying a lot of text-heavy material. So instructional aids were provided for them. Even their teachers, we carried out a lot of trainings for them just to ensure that they evolve with time. It is not the traditional way of passing knowledge. And then the primary school, where we did so many school renovation. We even did capacity building or hold capacity building workshops for the school-based management committees and the local government education authorities, just to also ensure. He mentioned monitoring and evaluation. So we are very, very keen on monitoring and evaluation. So we strengthen those local authorities to be able to help us monitor and then to encourage these children to move ahead. We all know about a lot of scholarships that essentially target tertiary institutions. So, but then we also realize that if you don't get the foundation right, it will really be a struggle when you get to the tertiary. So we provide scholarships for outstanding students to just go through their secondary school without having to bother about, payment of school fees, purchase of books, textbooks, and stuff. So we provided that textbook to also enable them. We also find out that some of these out-of-school children eventually catch up, and they turn out to be very, very brilliant children. But then they are also from poor homes. So the scholarships also enable them to move. But currently, we are also looking at, taking it a step further, looking at how to strengthen the tertiary institution, especially as it has to do with the faculties of education, the colleges of education. Through this conversation, a lot of the panel, conversation, it has really come out that we need to focus on teachers. It shouldn't only be about a child's performance. You are not taking the first position, you didn't make maths, you didn't make, what about the source? So that is also part of our own focus now, to look at the colleges of education and the university faculties of education, how to strengthen them, how to build their capacity, so that the next stream of the stream of teachers that we are going to get in a year, 2 years' time, will be able to deliver the kind of impact that we expect.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, because that is a very important area. Our teachers. It's so important that our teachers are well trained so that they can deliver an impact and disseminate knowledge to the children. I think that's one of the areas that we are struggling with today. Many children in schools, but the teachers are not yet that qualified, I would say. They're not properly trained. They do need to go for a lot more training. Maybe we need to invest more in those teachers. And maybe that's where, even as you adopt a school, as you're focusing on the children, those that are out of school, those that are in school, the focus should also be on the teachers. And I do agree with you regarding scholarships. It will encourage the children to stay in school, so there are no excuses. All right, while you did mention it, I want to ask you, Mr. Isaac, at what level should adopt a school, be? You mentioned primary, you mentioned secondary, you also mentioned the importance of having it at the, tertiary level. So, Mr. Isaac, what do you think? Do you think we need more corporate organizations to get involved with our universities, with our colleges?
Yes, absolutely. I think corporate bodies should get involved, because recently, as we just came off, the 8-month strike thereabouts, and that's because there's a need for revitalization of our university system. And I feel like corporate bodies should actually rise up to the occasion to see what they can do. Of course, many of them are doing it. We have philanthropists, corporate bodies already doing such For instance, I think in OAU, First Bank, different banks are also taking initiatives, building, classroom halls, across some of these university campuses. So I think for tertiary education, yes, it should be done at that level as well, at least just to improve the quality of education in our country.
Yes, because you can't imagine closing for so long. And these are students that actually want to go to school, and the schools have been imposed to be closed on them. Thank you so much. And as we wrap up here, we're looking at the simple fact that all these young children that we are seeing today, they're going to enter the workforce tomorrow. And so it's so important that they are skilled. It's so important that they develop the right skills to enter the labor force. So I want to ask you, I'll ask both of you the same question, in the sense that as you adopt a school, what are you doing to ensure that these children develop the right skills that they need to enter the labor force? So it's not just to go to school, it's to ensure that what they're learning is sufficient enough, is adequate for them to at least get involved with what it takes to join the labor market.
All right, thank you very much. I think that was in 2020, because I worked with the Lagos State government as a classroom teacher for 6 months before voluntarily resigning. And during the period of working there, I noticed that many of my students at that point, they all had a skill. They were all learning something. So my foundation, what we did in my hometown was we have a skill empowerment program that runs for 6 months. So we, arranged for instructors. We arranged for a couple of skills they could learn. And, after school, these children go there to learn. So we started 3 months ago, and it's going to run for 6 months. So the plan is to have at least about 1,000 children over the course of a year, just to assist the student to pick up a skill at least before leaving school. Because for some of them, when they leave school, for instance, a child that is good in barbing, when the boy gets to school, he could actually make little money or little stipends, from, taking a course of some of his classmates or probably hostel mates. Somebody who's skilled in hairdressing could actually make money from that even in school. So that was what we did with my foundation. We ensured we empowered some of them, and we're also going to give them equipment, because it's something to, to train them is another thing for them to have equipment to work with. So the plan is after a period of 6 months, we get equipment for them so that they can actually practice with at least.
Please, let's give him a round of applause. Empowering the children is very important, yes, because it's not just the book. Some of them have some skills. You want to ensure that they bring out the skills in them. Mr. Izuna, what about you, please?
Okay, so looking at skills, we can all agree that the Nigerian society, our problem, or how we found ourselves where we are today, was just essentially because we took the science and left the technology. So there were, we just had head knowledge. People are making first class, but can't really make there are no skills, real life skills to do stuff that people can use. So at Owando Foundation, we really understand that, and part of what we've done is to also focus on the climate. So how do we help these children to develop skills that, number one, creates wealth, two, preserves the environment. So we came up with a project that we call Clean Our World project. So it's really essentially about upcycling of materials, plastic waste and all these waste that constitute nuisance in the community. We really taught these children how to use those materials to create all manner of things, and we are even talking about primary school, not, and these children were really able to create furniture, they create things that they can sell, things that they can commercialize. So we've done it like 2 years, 3 years now, and we are also very, very happy because we, working with the Lagos State government, advocacy was really at the core of what we are doing. So Lagos State government has just approved for it to be included in the extracurricular activities in schools. So now children get to learn, real skills that they can convert to wealth. Even their parents are also using it. So that issue of sustainability is also their parents are able to generate funds that they can use to continue to support these children in school. So skills, and we are also looking at, science and technology. So, but then looking at it from a up-down approach, we need to empower teachers to be able to deliver real science and real technology so that these children will be able to be technologically equipped, not just having head knowledge.
Fantastic. Empowering them so that they can, stand their own ground and alleviating that element of unemployment, giving them the skills that they can at least use their hands to make, to make wealth. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to end with this one last question, and it's very simple. It's like some people will be listening to you today and they're thinking that as a CSR project, adopting a school is not a bad idea. What does it really take for them to get involved and say, I would like to adopt a school? What does it take?
Okay, it's really about interest. Identify an area of need. So an area of need is always, there is always an in route to providing the solution. So identify an area of need. There is always, you will always find opportunities to partner you, even from the government. Government is really doing a lot when it comes to education. So, and government, from our engagement, from experience, they are really open to, to ideas, to new ideas that can help deliver good results. So identify an area of need and identify the key persons, the key people that you need in both private, both in government, and especially try to localize it, try to look at it from a community perspective. So we are not addressing the issue, from some top building where we are not looking at it grassroots. So let everybody own it and then approach it, engage with the necessary
Do you need to apply to the government or?
Yeah, okay. So we have UBEC and we have SUBEB also. So these
What is UBEC and SUBEB for those that don't know?
Okay, so for basic education, really. So we have UBEC, they are always there to support. We have SUBEB, they are the ones in charge of basic schools in all the states in Nigeria. So they are always there to help, they are always there to support. And then this body of knowledge, they already have it because they've seen organizations that are already doing things in schools, already adopting a school. So they are also able to provide the guidance, the advisory services that would help those organizations to actually scale.
Thank you so much. Mr. Isaac, any final word from you?
Just to add to what he said, for corporate bodies, I would just say have a structured plan because, many people start what they can't finish. Don't be a one-year adopter. You just adopt for 1 year and you leave the school alone. Have a structured plan that could actually last for a long period of time. That's it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for our speakers, Mr. Izuna, Mr. Isaac, representing here as we speak about the Adopt a School initiative and as a panacea to the challenges of out-of-school children. Thank you so much. Lots of nuggets there that we have, heard. And indeed, if anyone is looking to, give back to the community, I think this is a very, very good initiative. Adopt a School tomorrow. Thank you so much for that. I don't know if we want to do any one quick question, Q&A. Otherwise, we can then go straight into the final panel of the day. Thank you very much for your contributions.
All right, thank you so much. I know that everybody is itching to go, so we will take the students soon in the next few minutes. Please just be with us. We will quickly take the last panel discussion, and we are going to make this, very brief. I will be moderating this panel. My name is Sheyi Adeyemi, the chairman of the Learning, Education and Training Group of NBCC. And I'd like to invite our panelists to come. Please welcome Mrs. Teju Abisoye, Executive Secretary of Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSETF. You're welcome. Please take your seats. Okay. I'd also like to invite Ms. Yetunde Abimbola Baderinwa, who is the Lagos State Coordinator of NYSC. Thank you very much. You're most welcome. And for this session, we have joining us virtually the Director General of the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Mr. Adewale Oyerinde. I hope Mr. Oyerinde. Mr. Oyerinde, are you with us?
Absolutely, I'm with you. Good afternoon.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, and welcome to this discussion. In this brief panel session, we are going to be looking at creating future workforce through student internship. And I think this is a very interesting discussion for students to listen as we talk about creating the future workforce through student internship. I'm sure you know that when we talk about internships, we're talking about giving students the opportunity to spend some time in a workplace in order to have some experience and some exposure to the work environment. Now, without wasting much of our time, now there are a lot of things we've put in the future. All right. And of course, the future is upon us right now. We're talking about the future of work. We're talking about the future of studentship, even talking about this future of, internship. And we all believe that, since COVID-19 came, it has actually brought the future to become now. So I want to start with the panelists. Teju, what exactly, how do you see the future beyond this point for work, for studentship, and for internship? What does it look like?
Thank you very much. I know we're saying this is brief, but I have to say it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Teju Abisoye again, Executive Secretary of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. So that's why this is very interesting to me as a discussion for the LSCTF. We're talking about employment. Solving employment issues actually will start with education. And that is very important to say that when we think about it now, it's probably in Nigeria we need to get it straight and be more deliberate about including practicals in the training process. So when people are in school, when students are in school, whether secondary school level, university level, there should be an element that is the reality of what they're learning that is part of the curriculum from day one. So in partnership with the industry, and by this, I'm happy Mr. Oderinde is here, when you talk about in partnership with the private sector, how do we ensure that the content that is being taught in the classroom is what is really happening in the industries and in the private companies or public sector today? You, first of all, as a student, should be able to express where your interest is, and there should be a concentrate on that with giving you practical knowledge of that part of your interest. So I think the intersection is not only is not just in the curriculum, it's also in the practical work experience, time spent in the workspaces,
That's when you talk about the internship structure. In other jurisdictions, you would know that training starts with 70% in the classroom, 30% in the workforce. It graduates 50-50, and eventually to 70 more practical and 30 in the classrooms. And that's how we have to move to be able to solve, to make sure that we're having very employable people graduating, whether from schools or secondary or university these days. We have to be more deliberate now about making sure we achieve that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I come to yesterday, let me go to Mr. Oyerinde, who is virtually. Mr. Oyerinde, you are DG of NECA. What are corporate organizations looking forward to in the future in terms of the workforce? What is the expectation? Can you quickly share this with us? And if you can, please, you can put on your video.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having us. What employers are looking for, or what businesses are looking for? For me, it's straightforward, and I'll try to be as pragmatic as possible. Every business owner or every capital owner, whether local investor or if you're a foreign investor, when it's bringing in funds to invest or to start a business, it wants a business that is sustainable, and it also wants a business that is profitable. And because it cannot achieve that without quality workforce, so its expectation is to bring together a workforce that will help him or her to achieve that aim. So fundamentally, what the business is looking forward to, or what the organized business is, what we are looking forward to basically, is a workforce that is knowledgeable, a workforce that is skilled, a workforce that is committed, and a workforce that whose values, aligns with the general value, overall value and objective of a business, which is beyond making profit, as some has put it. The businesses also contribute to corporate social responsibility. Businesses are involved in so many sustainability issues. Businesses are involved in so many social, direct social impact issues. So what businesses are looking forward to are individuals, skilled individuals that will help them to achieve all these objectives, be it profit objective and be it national development objectives as a whole.
All right, thank you so much. Let me come to yesterday. NYSC. I mean, NYSC seems to have been the same thing all these years. Or those of us who did NYSC, decades ago, remember that whenever it's NYSC time, the only thing you see, they send you to a school or send you to government to work. What is the future of NYSC? What is NYSC going to be doing differently in terms of, the 1 year that, students, graduates go through NYSC? Is it still going to be the same thing?
Okay. Every time I'm asked this question, I'm always very excited. Why? Because I realize in the last 10, 20 years, those who participated in NYSC, they have a wrong impression of what NYSC is now. Before now, NYSC just go to camp, march, CDS, and then end of it all, you get your certificates. You're going to place of prime, you're going to the employment world. But now, that's not what NYSC is all about. So when you come into camp, that's the 3-week orientation now. We have a lot of activities packed up in the camp. You are exposed to professional bodies. You are exposed to skill acquisition. We have at least 76 skill sets that we have partners that come into NYSC to expose core members to those. We pick one. Before you leave the orientation camp, you must have at least picked one skill that you want to learn, apart from what you studied in schools. ICT, farming, just name it. We have it all listed, and we have partners that participate in this. So when you are leaving, by the time you leave the camp, you come up with one. So when you get into the service year now, that is after camp, you are attached to a trainer in your local community. So while you're doing the CDS activity now, CDS is morning, Then towards afternoon, you go to your trainer to develop yourself. So we also go a step further. By the time you're leaving service, towards the end of your service here, you are exposed to trained people that will assist you in setting up your business. We have Bank of Industry, we have Access Bank, Standard IBTC, yes, and Unity Bank. So many philanthropists partner with us. So the idea is to help core members who want to set up on their own now. You don't want to continue with your place of, wherever, maybe white collar job. You want to set up a business. Funds are available to you without collateral. All you have to do is leave your certificates, and there's an understanding that within so and so period where you are able to refund the money, then you get your certificates. You understand? So at the end of the day, everybody is happy. You can set up your own business. And then at the orientation camp, NYSC now, if you have to purchase stuff that you need, for instance, chickens or eggs, bread, bakery, you have core members that have set up businesses. So we patronize them, helps their business.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So things are changing. Some of us have lost touch.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Tej, let me come back to you. Now, we've talked about the need to have a workforce that meets the needs and aspirations of corporate organization. Now, the question is, how do we create synergy, between the corporate world and educational institutions? What should be the model?
Thank you very much. That's a very valid question because so today one of the things that my job has exposed me to is what we call the labor market information system that is used practical in most developed countries. And the idea is to have a system where there's real-time data from private sector, public sector, schools, career counselors. It's a system that brings, so someone like NECA, let me just say Nigeria now, they're able to provide data or information on skills required now and maybe in the next 10, 20, 30 years. So something like Dangote Refinery, from the day they set it up or they fundraised and they broke ground, they probably planned the human resource element that they will require at different times of different stages of development in that refinery. That data should go into that labor market information system, specifying what that job description is, what the skills they need to take up those jobs, and the schools should be able to see it from that system. So places like LASVEB or private vocational training centers, technical colleges, Yaba Technical College, will see that information and is immediately informing even job seekers or young people that are about to register to school about, look, if you want to work in petroleum engineering, this is the kind of opportunity that will exist by the time you're graduating. So you know what schools to register that are offering those courses. You know who is going to be training it. And Dangote, for example, is also specifying the kind of certification and the kind of levels they will require for them to come into their own facility. So the idea is to go, everybody is digital today. There's no need to be trying to do this manually. And if we're able to do that system, which we've started, by the way, Lagos State government has actually put it in place. We've started working with GIZ, the German Development Bank, and Deloitte. They're working together on the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund to make sure that come January next year, that system is live. We may not have everybody on the system yet, but we want to have quite a number of the most, let me say, the sectors that are creating the most jobs on the platform by January. And the idea is so that students will know, if you're going to work in Nigeria, you will know who you will be graduating. But because at this junction, does it make sense to be graduating 4,000 lawyers that cannot get jobs in law? Why don't you learn something that is more important, more relevant now, instead of you to just go and do something that you can't get a job in?
Okay. Just a quick one before you go. Yeah, we could have specification of requirements, but the question would be, do we have institutions who can teach those requirements? Are they capacitized? How can Dangote Industry, that you use as an example, work with a college of technology or a university to ensure that the ability to, give that kind of, training is available in those schools.
Extremely important. And one of the things that I would say, what we learned from the job, from what we've done since 2017, we have a program called Employability Support Program, and it's really about a demand and supply approach. So we first need to know the jobs that are available in the market. So when you tell us, if a company comes to us that, I'm trying to find 10 machine operators, you are clear about what you need. You are clear about what you want them to be able to do. We sit in the same room with the training centers to take what the specifics are. So we go through a focus group discussion where the training schools are taking the requirements from the private sector, developing the curriculum. Now, in most cases, there's an existing curriculum, but you may need to tweak it every year, every other year, even for customer service. That's the kind of thing we found. It's tweaked with the training centers, and then they start training the students that apply to that program. But the private sector has to come to the table for the schools to be able to achieve that. There's no other way. And the private sector must understand they drive that conversation. Absolutely. It's not even the government. Private sector understanding that it's in their interest to participate and provide this information. They help everybody, the young people, the government, solve the issues around unemployment and employability.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Yoride, let me come to you. How do we structure internship for, that will meet the aspiration of organizations for the future? Now, this is what I mean. Today, internships run for like maybe 3 months or maybe during a holiday session. Should we actually be doing internships or apprenticeship? What exactly will be the best approach so that we could have the workforce that can meet the requirements of the corporate world for the future that is upon us and beyond?
Thank you once again. Just before I take your question, let me commend the Lagos State government for the labor market information system efforts that they are making. Now, the foundation of most of these interventions is basically a labor market information system. But unfortunately, there is no national data as such. So when subnationals like Lagos State start making such bold step, because it's not easy, I think we commend them, and we're part of that project that is ongoing by Lagos State government. Now, how do we come in private organizations? The paucity of data concerning what is required or what are the skills gap that exist or what are the actual needs of businesses. The paucity of data long ago created and deepened the gaps that we have now. But progressively, effort has been made by different institutions, agencies to bridge that gap through different interventions. Like HAS, we run a project with the Industrial Training Fund. We call it Technical Skill Development Project, where we have to do a national skill gap survey to come up with certain skills that the industry needs, but which are not currently available within the context of graduates. And the project seeks to take in graduates, train them with participating organizations, as we call them. The leadership of the Lagos State Trust Fund call them training institutions, which they are. Train them, and once they finish their training, practical hands-on training, they are absorbed, almost 100% level are absorbed in the industry. That is because those skills are the skills that the industry needs. And it's easy for those that are trained to flow into those organizations that needs them. Now, traineeship or internship or apprenticeship, in whatever context you look at it, they all seek to do one fundamental thing: get the graduates to have hands-on experience on the long run. And for whatever context you call it, I said, all the three of them, traineeship, apprenticeship, or internship, they are all even much more relevant within the context of now. Now, while I speak for businesses within the context of what we want, we should not blind our eyes or play the ostrich to the challenges that a normal business faces in this environment. Someone have said Nigeria is probably one of the toughest places to do business. So as an organization is grappling with survival, then sometimes it loses sight of the future. And I'm very frank with you. It loses sight of the future, taking much more concern with survival in the immediate. That trend also has been changing through our interventions because we've also partnered with organizations, and we are also instituting formal apprenticeship and traineeship programs where we can leverage on organized businesses that are members, get them to commit to train, get them to commit to internship programs, get them to commit to apprenticeship program. And in the long term, not within the context of the CWAS program that we currently have that run for 3 months, but on a long term to help those graduates to acquire the relevant skills. Efforts are ongoing with different agencies, and we are also committed to that project. As I said, we have our own scheme that we run, and I think the challenge for us, and I'm speaking also to the panelists, even the NYSC, the Lagos State Trust Fund, I think the time is right for us to start aligning all those efforts. We know NYSC is doing quite a bit. Lagos State Trust, Employment Trust Fund is doing quite a bit. The ITF is doing quite a bit. But I think it's time for us to align all those efforts so that we are in a position to actually measure the impact of what we are doing, either at the national level or at the subnational level. But suffice to say that employers are willing. We are concerned, as one of the panelists have said, without quality skills, on the long run, the employers will suffer because of a non-competitive business. And on the long run, our nation will also suffer because of issue concerning productivity at the national level. So we are committed to this conversation. We are committed to deepening this engagement with employers within the context of creating a structure, as one of the panelists said earlier, a structure of apprenticeship or a structure of internship or a structure of traineeship within that system so that progressively we can continually build a workforce future. And lastly for me, sir, I think I will say this lastly.
Okay.
We also need, I think it's be important to drag the federal government into this conversation because on the long run, you need some level of engagement with the federal government. As is done in some other places, we were in the UK about 3 months ago to study the technical skill development programs and see how does it align with the larger goal of the environment, how does it align with the aspirations of not only the graduates, but also the aspiration of the businesses. And they are doing wonderful things with government providing some quality support to those institutions, those organizations that are actually willing to take on graduates, to take on the internship program. And it's all for the good of the nation as it were. So I think subsequently, we might need to also drag the federal government and some of its agencies that are involved in these interventions to also make some level of commitment so that we can all build this nation together.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oyunide. That was a brilliant presentation. I appreciate you. I know our time is fast spent. 2 quick questions, and we will wrap up this session. And yet today, the next one is with regards to the Gen Z. The Gen Z, some of them are seated here. How do we manage the Gen Z challenge when it comes to creating the workforce of the future? I'm sure you know that there are some characteristics of the Gen Z. I'm sure maybe they will tell us, but I'm sure you may know some of them. I mean, you may have come across some of them in the camps, people who graduate at the age of maybe 19, or even less than that. And it's like they're from another planet completely. So how do you think we should manage them, to be able to get the workforce of the future out of them?
Yes, I agree with you. They are everywhere. And I can tell you, in the last 10 years, you see them every day. And every batch, because we call them batch A, batch B, but every batch, there's something new. So the truth is, as government, or as, well, they call us Benudake, they are Sorosuke, they speak up. So, as a group, what we need to do is begin to move along with them, because the truth is, they are fast, they are suave, they are not slow, they just want to move fast. And when you give them an idea, you'll be surprised at what they come up with, because they see us as like, what are you doing? Where are you? So the best way to do it is for the government to first provide enabling environments for them to be able to thrive. And then this idea of JAPA came out of the fact that we are too slow. It's not only because of the fund, or maybe because they don't have job opportunities, but the truth is, when you sit down with them one-on-one, you see that you are way, way behind. And it's for us, as a group, for us to begin to move along with them so that we can manage them. So every organization, they find themselves, they move with social media, they move with entertainment, because the truth is, when they have entertainment, they work very well, and they pay attention to little details that we always easily forget. So the truth is, to manage them is to make sure that we move along with them and then try to catch up, or else they will leave us behind. Which is
so the workforce, the work environment of the future must create an entertaining environment.
Yes.
Just to make sure that they are hyped. I mean, I was looking at the Stanbic IBTC advert.
Yes.
You can see the gang, the gang, Okay, lastly, Teju, now, this is the last question. How are we going to be able to retain employee commitment in an environment that is quite unstable, and you have both job security challenges and employee stability challenges? What should we be doing? Everything is shaking. Nothing is stable anymore.
That's a very interesting question that, in case somebody knows the answer to, they should please let me know. But I think very valid point around what we were just talking about, the Gen Z, is to understand that fundamentally in every human being, there's something they want. And how do we align ourselves to that need in that human being? We probably cannot pay everybody all the money they want in the world, but you may find that something is more important to that person than even money. It could be about flex time. I think that is one thing we found out, that research or the polls showed us that after COVID, what was the most important thing to employees was their flex time, was the ability to determine when or not to work in the office environment, or when to be virtual rather than be in the physical environment 100% of the time. One thing we were used to, we were born with, we were born into, and we accepted. All of that has changed. And the reality is, how do we as employers of labor now begin to change with that reality? If you deceive yourself that what worked in your generation will work now, you will be in trouble. It's not been fun. I don't think it's any sector is not suffering, because when you think about it, I have sectors where oil and gas, people that earn dollars resigned because it didn't meet what they really wanted at this time in their life. So I just think fundamentally, understanding people's needs have changed, priorities have changed, aligning the work environment to flex time, allowing people to volunteer for things. It's just that we have to just understand that it's important to listen more than ever before. Before, you took it as it was. You signed your letter of employment, you are bound by the rules, but listening constantly, engaging constantly is probably one other way to improve retention, my suggestion. But if anybody else has other ideas, please, I'm very interested, and I mean it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. On this note, we will wrap up. Obviously, the future is not only on us, the future has become like a moving goalpost, constantly changing. I want to thank Mr. Yorinde. Thank you so much for joining us virtually. Thank you very much, Teju, and thank you here today. We really appreciate your coming, and we look forward to a wonderful future. The future is a daily basis now that we're creating the future. Thank you so much for your time, and do have a great day. Thank you. Okay, please, we'll take pictures and make the presentations now. King's College, are we ready? The last presentation for the day. Please let's all watch out for a wonderful presentation. Please, King's College, please come forward. Make your presentation. Please let's all just wait. This is the last presentation before we close. Thank you so much for your patience. We appreciate you. Okay, please let's settle down to listen to the presentation of King's College students.
Okay. Good day, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anna Echiku Jesse, and standing with me is Uguacha Gozim and Awolu Atobi. We are the team Eco-Friendly from King's College, Lagos. One of the major problems the world is facing right now is hunger. It may sound funny, but it's actually a serious issue. To be frank, a lot of countries have enough revenue for adequate food production, but are faced with a lot of challenges, such as lack of fertile land and other edaphic problems. Varieties of solutions have been implemented in some countries, such as the large-scale irrigation system in Dubai, which have proven effective. But why don't we think of something unique, something self-sustainable, something that requires less manpower? With that, based on the principle of vertical aquaponics, we present to you self-sustainable vertical aquaponic greenhouse. At this point, I would like to hand over to my friend who will tell you more about vertical aquaponics.
Okay. Vertical aquaponics. What is vertical aquaponics? I'm sure that is one question that will be running through our minds right now. Vertical aquaponics is the process of growing fish and plants by circulating water with fish waste to plants that are placed above the tank through a pump. This is just, I'm just like trying to explain the arrangement of what is inside the greenhouse structure, that the plants are on top of the aquarium that contains the fishes, where the fishes give off the waste, and then the waste with the water is now drained out to go to the top. That is the plants that are on top, that is now used in helping fertilize the plants. Usage of fish waste as nutrients for plants, as I said, instead of extra costs for fertilizers and manures. In the vertical aquaponics greenhouse, we have the fish tank, that's the aquarium, under the shelf-like arrangement of the plants. When the fish gives off the waste in the water is now drained and given to the plants that are on top. What I'm trying to say right now is that in a vertical aquaponics greenhouse, soil is not used. It's like in place of soil, water is used. So from time to time, the water that is used in the plants is going to be taken and then replaced and more. Pumping water containing fish waste through a continuous cycle from the fish tank to the plants, as I explained earlier. A filtration system controlled by using the control panel designed for it. This filtration system is situated at the side of the greenhouse because at the point where the water is taken from the fish tank to the plants, at some point in time, the water might be too much, or the water the water that is in this thing, or water that is in the plant, is now taken out to be replaced. That wastewater that is taken out to be replaced is now taken to the filtration system, where it's now filtrated and taken, and all the waste and all the colloidal particles are taken out of it, then taken to the water pump that will now pump it back. So it's like a continuous cycle and everything. So some benefits of vertical aquaponics, which can also serve as facts. Vertical farming under vertical aquaponics produces at least 10 times more crops in the same amount of space as traditional agriculture. As we all know, it's in normal traditional farmland will be like just down and straight like that. But when we come to vertical farming, we have shelf-like structures where the plants are situated in it. Instead of you having to make a horizontal arrangement of plants, it's built in a vertical way, and when it's now built in a vertical way, there are now more shelf-like structures that now contains the plants, which is now helping to cultivate more crops under the same amount that you used to in the traditional agriculture. I move on. Aquaponic farming consumes approximately 75% less energy than mechanized agriculture. In today's world, when we go on to bigger plantations, bigger farmlands, we see the use of tractors, plowers, and other big mechanized infrastructure. All those things have extra costs because, as we all know it, the tractors at some point in time, they would spoil, they would damage, and then you have to keep on paying for service, maintenance, for fixing, and everything. But in the vertical aquaponics greenhouse, it's self-sustainable, meaning that it requires less manpower. It's not every single time that somebody will always have to, it's like sustaining itself. Then, aquaponic farming produces its own nutrient-rich water as fertilizers and does not utilize any chemical fertilizers, in the sense that instead of you going to the market to buy fertilizers that might now contain some chemical composition which might act as some kind of poison to the plants, we just have naturally, gotten naturally from the fish, the nutrients that is now taken up to the plants. Aquaponic farming promotes strategies for adaptations to climate change and natural resource conservation. At this point, I'm going to hand over to my colleague who is going to explain what makes this our project self-sustainable.
Okay, so what makes our project self-sustainable? Firstly, it's the fact that it has a control panel that regulates the overall activities in the greenhouse. The control panel consists of sensors and pumps, and a central computer that controls it all. It's digital, automated. So I'd like to explain the cycle. Please, the next slide. So here we have the fish tank. Fishes produce their waste here. So chemosensors in the fish tank, when they sense that the concentration of waste in the tank is high, it sends a signal to the main computer, which sends a signal to the pump to pump water to the plants. And the plants utilize the wastewater from the fish. So when another set of chemosensors sense that the concentration in the plant area is very low, is lower than the preset level, it also sends a signal to the main computer, which also sends a signal to the pump to pump it through the filtration system and the water tank. Please, it will be important to note that there's a borehole system connected to the water tank to supply fresh water periodically, because there's no way that the same amount of water that came from the fish tank will come back to the fish tank because of transpiration, evaporation, and uptake of water by the plants. So the second fact that makes it self-sustainable is the fact that it uses solar glass to provide energy, electrical energy to power the control panel. Solar glass is simply put, is just a transparent solar panel. How it works? It works by allowing only the visible spectrum of light to pass through it, while using UV and infrared rays to make electricity. So it does two things. It allows the plant to photosynthesize and do other biological functions, and it also creates energy for the control panel to control everything. It also has alarm systems installed in case of any emergency. Take, for example, the chemosensors have been sensing that the pH level has been too low for too long, or has been too high for too long, or the dissolved oxygen in the fish tank has been too low for a long time, even after pumping fresh water. This might mean that there's an algae infection or there are parasites in the tank. So it sends a signal to an alarm system which notifies the farmer that he should go and check things up. So all these are what makes our project self-sustainable. Okay, so there's a short video. The video. Okay, this is just what the greenhouse looks like. So we have technical problems with it, but so one thing I like about greenhouse is that it's unique. It has its own type of farming. You just need crops and fishes. So instead of you buying a lot of land, you can just do it at your backyard. Just build a vertical structure, plant, and so sorry.
Sorry, due to technical difficulties, we couldn't render it with full color. So what you're seeing on the video is a depiction of what the inside of the greenhouse is supposed to look like. So basically, these are the shelves where the plants are going to stay. The fish tanks are going to be on the bottom. So everything is being cycled by the monitoring system that's on the floor there. So it's just going to be cycled throughout. The monitoring system is regulating everything. The sensors, they have already explained everything for you already. The sensors are going to be working and tracking different vital information. So anything that is needed to be done will be done at the perfect time, or the preset time, sorry. So that's just it. Sorry, my name is Okaro Charles.
My name is Anayochukwu Jesse.
Aroluwa Tobi.
My name is Ogunwachi Agozin.
So if our idea is implemented in the world, hunger will be a thing of the past. It will be reduced to the barest minimum. So my special thanks goes to the organizers of this event, our coaches who has put a lot of effort in building us up, and our blender guru here.
A big round of applause to our innovators. Excellent work. Well done. Want to put an end to hunger in the world. It's a wonderful aspiration, supported. And Queen's College wants to make vision, impairment a thing of the past, so that people can live better lives. I think the future is assured, and with these innovations, I think you guys, have the world at your palm. Thank you so much for your presentations. I'd like to invite Chinyere from EduFirst to give the closing remarks and the vote of thanks, and then we'll be done.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. It has really been an amazing time today. I'm representing the CEO of Education First Nigeria Limited, Mr. Moses Imai, and I will just quickly give the vote of thanks. My name is Chinyere Emeruwa. I'm the Senior Project Manager at School Media Education First Nigeria Limited. And on behalf of the President of the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce, Mrs. Bisi Adeyemi, and the Chief Executive Officer of Education First Nigeria Limited, Mr. Moses Imai, I want to express our appreciation to all our panelists and moderators who have taken time to be with us today despite their tight schedule. I also want to express our special gratitude to our sponsors, UNICEF, UNICAF, and Stanbic IBTC. And we thank NCC and NITDA as well for sponsoring this conference. We are proud of all our students, Queen's College, King's College, for participating in this conference. I also want to mention here at this point too, that we also have other colleagues of the Federal Unity Colleges participating virtually online. We see you, we thank you. So we have over 1,000 students participating in this conference currently as we speak. They are gathered in not less than 100 technology experience centers, and that's technology hubs by Education First Nigeria Limited in partnership with School Media. So they've been watching, they've been excited about every conversation that has gone on in here, and it's great that we are doing this and looking forward to a brighter future for the next generation. And yes, kudos to the LET committee of the Chamber that has been working day and night towards the success of this event. We believe that next year we'll be alive and we will move the wheel of education forward together. God willing, we shall do this again next year. So yes, to round up, thank you very much for attending, and God bless you. Have a lovely day.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have lunch packs for all our participants, so you can receive it on your way home. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.